Right then, let's see what we got going on today. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me, or has it been turned way down? Let's hang on. The gain is at the maximum, but I'm not sure the volume's at the maximum. So what is going on? Why is it so low? I have no idea what's going on there. Let's see. Microphone, Razor Sarah and Elite. All good. All very good there. Yep, seems to be all okay. So, who knows? Just appears to be disturbingly quiet, according to my little orange bars. How's that? That better? Ah, that's better. Sorry, microphone wasn't pointed directly at me, so it was looking a bit weird. Ah, that's better. You should be able to hear me. Good. Sound is good. Right then. Hello, Carl Gesberg. Hello, Greg Silowski. Hello, Gahedron. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Stafford Thompson. Hello. You were able to get some clips up on Friday. Hope you enjoyed them. I will have a look at them. Hello, the GV40. I'm currently being buried under editing, but the whole point is I get the editing all finished on Monday, and then I can have a few days free for YouTube and Christmas with family. That's the idea. I've managed to get all of the Build Trump stuff recorded. So that's through till January the 6th is covered. And then we're taking a week off because January's got a massive summer holidays. Because, of course, it's summer in Australia. And he's living with two budding assassins as it is. So, you know, they need to practice. And there's only so many times me and Drac can hear him getting, ow! Because he's been hit by a little sort of one of those darty rubber dart things that comes from Nerf guns without honestly without wanting to get our own Nerf guns out and start shooting away, but unfortunately he's a long way away for us to hit. We can't join in on the fun. Keitron, who's winning between me and XSplit? Well, I was 5 minutes late getting online, but I did eventually win to get XSplit. And hopefully it should be a better resolution today. Hopefully it should be, and hopefully this will hold. I have a funny feeling with Bruships, it tends to allow me to run at a slightly higher resolution. Hopefully, especially as no one else is using MS Teams or anything like that, it should all work. I am worried that there's now a theological debate going on between the Blackburn and the Catalina in my mentions. I'm probably going to have to deal with this at some point. John, may I, for religious peace, introduce fully materialistic religious order of our comrade TB? Oh God, help us all! Yes, we do have the correct live. Don't worry, Grosowski. A religious. Okay, there's now debate on TB3 going on. Good evening, Shane F. Good evening, Martin Doc. If I miss anyone because I'm distracted by the religious debate, I do apologize. Hello, HMS Ford. Hello, Albert Zabaski. Hello, Old Richard. Hello, Carl Harmon. Please feature Damian Lewis. Possibly. I'm not sure. You see, we're doing blockbuster history today, and the reason we're doing that before Christmas is, frankly, I sit there and I listen to debate goes either people all academics are just going, we hate it, and there are others who go, but it's the only way certain people can understand history, and I go, you're both wrong on a regular basis. Good evening, Gordon Collins. Evening. How's tier 4? annoying. I was trying to book a holiday for me and my girlfriend at some point in next year, actually. I picked a point up in the future and seen a very good deal and thought, that looks like quite a nice place, and that should be after her Viva, so it'll be a nice trip. And yeah, that got cancelled. Along with, yeah, it's annoying. It happens. I'll probably have to rebook after Tier 4's been finished, and they'll go, yes, that's fine, that's okay. Well, Tier 4 was never going to be going at this point anyway, so why you cancelled me, I do not know, but, you know, did. Hello, Carl Harman, Calvin Gasberg, Dunrick Arnhammer, hello, Grace Starsky, hello. Loki 3992. Glory be, I've caught the start of stream for once. Thank you in advance for what I'm sure will be another great vid. Well, I hope it should be fun. As you can see, I'm wearing a seasonally appropriate top. Always. No videos on Thursday, obviously, please. Well, you know, let's see. Thursday for me is the 24th. So I think I have got videos scheduled for Tuesday and Thursday this coming month. Let me just check the Excel spreadsheet. I don't think I've uploaded them yet because I wasn't sure whether people would like them then. But, history videos. Let's see. I've got Patron 14, Bell and Aura, the Naval Defense Act of 1889 on Tuesday. And the 24th, I have another live, but I have it noted down as special topic. So I'll be mentioning that a bit later. I have a long patrol scheduled for Sunday and the following Tuesday. And I have a live scheduled for Thursday the 31st. At the moment, I think the reason I had the long patrol scheduled for the 29th is because I'm not sure what, but I think we've got family stuff going on all over that period. Let's try a question. How do you think COVID has affected Naval Forces readiness? Well, it's had swings and roundabouts. On the swing side, you have the fact that you suddenly have people have COVID and you have to take them out of the circulation. On the roundabout side, people are suddenly stuck in home a lot. So, also on the swing side, they're stuck in home, so they're having to do a lot, or they're getting quite fat. But on the roundabout side, they have all sorts of incentive to go and stay in the Navy and go out and see the world, because the Navy is one of the few places which allow them to do that. You happy? Heidi ho. So Thompson, well, I'm not ashamed about borrowing Drax 5-minute clip idea. Short and sweet, good for a break when needed. Hope the editing is going well. And Nerf battles are so much fun. They are. Calm 720, yes. Woohoo! So it's working. Jermac, in serious note, at least there may be books that I'll be able to buy translated. This is the thing. This is why I like these popular history books. I don't see them as a sort of a maximum level for anyone, and I don't see them as debasing the topic. You know, which one will I start off with? This one. This is one of the coolest ones. And if you can get this for Christmas for anyone, they're going to love it. It's Great Military Leaders and Their Campaigns, edited by Jeremy Black. It is a lovely, great big book. And it's full of everything. And it's the sort of thing which, for a Christmas present, is a lovely thing to get. It also isn't that expensive, from memory. Yeah, I think it's about £30. And it's a massive book for 30 quid, but if you've got someone of all ages, they're going to love it. So I'll read from that in a second. I'll just put it up there and note down what it is I'm dealing with first. Saw your new book on pre-order. Well, hey! Blue Ship Buddha, don't worry, you're not late. Afternoon, Jeff Beeler. Afternoon, Navy Agent Enterprise. Jeff Beeler, the Christmas Eve special. Yes, I think that's what... There is something going on that. There is something, as said, I'm doing that day. Right. Gahedron. Essentially a full lockdown, no unessential shops open, no mixing households. Yes, that's pretty much tier 4. The one good thing is that I am still able to order from the important places. Asda and Co-op. Because they supply my iron brew. And Amazon. Always good to be supplied by them. 1240. Now, this is a very cool history book. It is a very, very cool book. I would also add, and this is going to sound a little bit strange, that it's one of those books where it's sort of almost more able to be absorbed visually than written, because it's just full to the brim of and as you see, I'm not being careful, I'm not picking pages out at all, I'm just turning to whichever I grab, because I know wherever I go, there are going to be good pictures. It's a very, very cool book. And it's a well-rounded book. In that... Hang on. This week, my cutter is doing a 360 nautical mile dash to make it a home port for Christmas Eve. Good luck. Good luck with that. That's going to be fun. This book has... So good luck, Strub. There is Cyrus the Great, founder of the Archimedes Persian Empire, Alexander the Great, who was named for me, of course. Chandragupta, the creator of the Mauryan Empire in India. Shai Huangdi, first emperor of China. Hannibal, Julius Caesar, Augustus, Trajan. Belisarius, Charlemagne, Otto the Great, William the Conqueror, Saladin, Frederick Barbarossa, Genghis Khan, Timur, Edward I, Robert the Bruce, Jan Zizdak, the Czech general who never lost a battle, and Yunus Hunande, the Hungarian national hero who defeated the Turks. Then there is Hernando Cortes, Francisco Pizarro, Sultan Selim I, Suleiman the Magnificent, Emperor Charles V, Babur, Akbar, Toto Hideyoshi, Shah Abbas I, Gustavus Adolphus, Turenne, Oliver Cromwell, Jan Sobieski, Peter the Great, Duke of Marlborough, Frederick the Great, Nadir Shah, Quilong Emperor, George Washington, Napoleon, Horatio Nelson, Duke of Wellington, Shaka Zulu, Simon Bolivar, Giuseppe Garibaldi, Malt the Elder, Ulysses S. Grant, Robert E. Lee, Menelik, Garnet Wolsey, Admiral Togo, Marshal Foch, Eric Ludendorff, Mustafa Kemal, Erich von Manstein, Dwight D. Eisenhower, Georgy Sukov, Admiral Nimitz, and von Neugen Gap. It's a very, very cool book. Jabila, I've read the Royal Navy like to have Scots in every crew because they would rather go home for New Year's hominy than Christmas, thanks to the Presbyterians de-emphasizing Christmas in Scotland. To be fair, Christmas fairs is fairly universal in Britain, has been for quite a while now. Dando-Collins, so when you say shed, you are referring to your finished refurbished TARDIS. We can always hope. Garden office. I keep getting told of my mum. There is no Von Malt, there is no Cunningham, but it's still a pretty darn good book. Doctor, luck is what we need to deal with the Atlantic. It may be crackers and water due to naval engineers not understanding a ship designed as corks are not great for the crew. No, they aren't. They really aren't. Cutters are not fun. Is Tegerhoff or Horley featured? Nope. It's got a good list, though, of the ones in it. They are mostly quite Landco focused, especially for a book compiled by Jeremy Black. But, you know, it is a good book. And while I'm here, and while I'm talking about bilge pumps, as Anonymous brought it up, you're going to want to listen to this week's bilge pumps when it comes out on Wednesday. Because there is a competition going to be announced. And there is an email address announced. And it is going to be a lot of fun for people to take part. Because basically, there's a prize. There's going to be a prize for about, well, we're still deciding whether we're going to do it in 2 pairs or 2 singles. But you're going to want to pay attention to when it comes out on Wednesday, because it's going to be cool. But there isn't that much time. There's only a couple of weeks to get into it. So I'm just I'm giving as much notice as I can, basically. Flat black copper. Hello. Small people built the world. You just named the people that took the credit. Yes and no. You see, there are various schools of thought in history, and you will often hear me talking about the crews of ships and how important they are. They are very important. When I'm talking about a warship, when I'm talking about what it does, the crew's very important. And if we are talking about things like the Industrial Revolution or Ford or these things, I would be sitting there going, the credit is definitely very much equal. However, when you're dealing with a military campaign across many, many battles and sort of many wars and all the whole cumulative effort, the directing person, the person who's in charge and making decisions, has a lot of responsibility and are the ones who can make the most mistakes. So they get let's put it this way. If the Admiral gets it wrong, lots and lots of people die, and possibly the war is lost. If a sailor gets it wrong, the worst that happens is the ship is lost, and possibly the war could still be won. And that's a lot for the sailor to get it so wrong that the whole ship is lost. Then a whole lot has to go on beyond the sailor. So when you're talking about these great military leaders in these campaigns, the reason we remember them by name and the others by unit is because if they muck up, the whole thing goes wrong. They have to get it right. They have to be lucky, and they have to get it right, or as close to right as they can in the time. Sometimes there is no guest on Wednesday. It's a Three Musketeers episode. And actually, I think the 6th is a Two Musketeers episode because Jamie was busy. So, yeah. But me and Drac make it work. And really, we do miss Jamie. You can tell you can always tell the episodes, and you can tell that Jamie, how important Jamie is there by what happens when Jamie isn't there, because we do go off on tangents quite a long way without Jamie. Jamie has a critical role. Unless the sailors on the William D. Porter. Oh, there are exceptions. As I said, crews. Individual ships' crews can matter. Anonymous, is the price how to sink the Lianang faster, please? No. Although that could be a topic if you want it. Listen on Wednesday and you will hear all about it. Carmen, whenever Jamie is in there, bring F-35 guy on Michael Clapp. Oh, you guys are going to love the Christmas special. The Christmas special, I'm going to hold my hands up now and say it's going to be long. It's going to be 2 hours and 15 minutes because I can cut it so we have the same amount of thing divided into 2 90-minute episodes. But if you're taking what is 135 minutes and dividing into 2 90-minute episodes, then you are going to get roughly 45 minutes overlap. That seemed pointless, so it's going to be one long episode. Anyway, let's do some reading of this one, because this book is worth reading and is definitely worth listening to. So, I've got one on... Well, it's from Saladin's, actually, career, but he's got a bit about Richard Lionheart in here. Richard Lionheart, the bellicose son of Henry II of England, Richard Lionheart was involved in conflict for much of his youth, both in rebellion against his father, then in maintaining, especially against baronial rebellions, the Duchy of Aquitaine in France, over which his father had given him authority. Becoming king in 1189, he launched the Third Crusade alongside Philip Augustus of France and Frederick Barbarossa, fighting in Sicily and Cyprus en route. Following the death of Frederick and the return home of Philip after the capture of Acre in 1191, in which Richard played a leading role, Richard became the most important leader fighting to retake the Holy Land. Like Saladin, Richard's most remarkable achievement was to maintain cohesion within a widely disparate force during a prolonged campaign. He defeated Saladin at Ursef, but was unable to capture Jerusalem. Imprisoned by the Austrians on his return home, he was ransomed, and then began a conflict with Philip Augustus, with whom he had competed for leadership of the crusade. Killed as a result of a crossbow wound, he was buried in Fontevraud Abbey in Anjou. His tomb effigy is shown in this book, and that's that one. Barbarossa. If a sailor does it wrong, sink the battleship carrying the president. Well, theoretically, that should be more than just one sailor doing it wrong. Carmen, I demand jingles. We are hoping to have more next year. Anos, command responsibility. Yep. Anos, I don't want to be an officer in part because of command responsibility. Yeah, I can understand one of them. Old Richard, officers eat better, of course. Not really anymore. I would say the quality of food in the Royal Navy, in my experience. In my experience on ships, usually the people who eat the best are the chief petty officers. Officers and the rest of the crew are about the same. If anyone's going to do If it's a big enough ship that the captain has their own steward to make sure they get fed, i.e., something like the Queen Elizabeth class, then they will eat quite well because the steward will take care of them. And that's usually because the captain's usually so busy they will forget to eat if they don't have a steward. One of the interesting conversations I had was with someone a few years ago was they had conducted a study in the Royal Navy into manning, and their idea had been to try and remove captain and stewards. And in every single trial where they found it out, they ended up finding that quite a lot of the officers and the NCOs spent a large amount of time worrying whether the captain had actually eaten or remembered to eat, because the captain had to be on call to go up to the bridge and had to deal with personnel issues and was constantly on the go. And it was found that the commanding officers on average were actually missing 1 to 2 meals a day. I.e., you're supposed to get 3 meals a day, and they were getting 1 to 2 of them, quite often 1. And then you start realizing, well, how much money have I invested in training this person? How much money do they cost me for them to run a year? And do I want their time? How much time does it take for them to go and get the food with everyone else versus them being able to not go more than 10 feet away from the bridge if they don't need to, sort of thing. They sit there, no one go through it, and went, actually, it turned out the captain's steward is one of the most important pound for pound individuals on those ships of anyone. That was quite scary when you have a treasury civil servant has turned around and said that. And actually, their report ended up writing that the captain steward role should be shared between 3 individuals who look after the captain and the first officer, to make sure those 2 get are sort of okay and are functioning 100%. And of course, the Royal Navy's gone, well, that would be an increase of crew. We won't get money for that, so no, just going to be the captain and steward. But interesting enough, when a Treasury report writes that you should be increasing spending. Right, and I don't want to get through the Iron Brew too quickly, because I could do, but I won't. It quite crawled me to do so. Nonsense. What is it about that word that sounds nasty? Barbarossa. It does sound pretty lethal. Go on, what's Christmas like in the Royal Navy? Lots and lots of food. Lots and lots of food. Odd Richard. Oh, yes, the Chiefs are special. Yep, they are. Staff Thompson, now I know why my uncle turned down his promotions. Chief Petty Officer First Class when he retired from the Royal Canadian Navy. Yes, fed better, a lot less stress. Old Richard, the worst wardroom I ever ate in was a carrier on a carrier. That wouldn't surprise me. Carriers, in my experience, can be... British carriers are usually fairly decent. American carriers... My experience so far has been everything is served with fries. I mean everything. It was a case of, here's your apple pie and some fries. I just asked for the apple pie. Potato peon. I like that anecdote about the stewards. I did too. When I found about it, it made me start thinking really about through the roles and why they have these and why these things have survived. Hello, Melanie1640. Oh, hi. Late as usual. By the way, are you on the Discord and available to be messaged, Dr. Clark? Yes, I am. And you are more than welcome to. And please do get in contact about nukes. And frankly, you really should listen to the bilge pumps on Wednesday, because it might give you an idea. recap the steward. If by any cruel job of fate I happen to be a captain of an unfortunate vessel, my steward's main task will be actually confiscating food from me. That is something else they do. They do tend to look after the captains and make sure they eat properly and make sure they eat healthy food. And honestly, the amount of stewards I have met who are absolutely critical. The other thing they tend to do, and this is from my own experience observation, is they tend to keep a good ear out amongst the crew. And they don't dob people in. They'll never do that. But if there's an officer who's being a bully or something, and it gets back to them, by gum, it will get back to the captain. And the captain will go, "Hello, young Jeffries." Sir. So, what do you think conduct becoming a lieutenant in Her Majesty's Britannic Royal Navy is? And if you've ever been nearby during one of those moments, you can literally see the life passing before the young lieutenant's eyes as they're mentally thinking, there is no answer I can give here which is going to save me. I am caught in trouble for something. I'm not sure what I've done wrong, but I'm fairly. Or you occasionally see the ones who believe they haven't done anything wrong. I have never been there for one of those moments, but a friend of mine who's a chief petty officer was there for one of those moments and has said he's never seen someone get their balloon burst quicker in his life. Dando-Collins, please get in contact about nukes. Nope, doesn't sound ominous at all. Well, you know, we might be doing bilge pumps on nukes, and we've heard Melanie talking, had recommendations. Flat back copper. American fries or French fries? American style. Now today, before anyone starts worrying about me, yes, I am eating chocolate and having iron brew, but I've also had haggis for lunch. So we're into full holiday Scottish Christmas mode because we ordered too much haggis for the freezer, so we couldn't save it all for Hogmanay. So we had to have some for lunch today. Revealer, a book on the Carrier Lexington said its crew ran on coffee such that all the coffee pots equaled an extra boiler. Would not surprise me. Strub, the cooks know everything and a bigger source of gossip. They are. Seriously, they are. If you want to find out what is going on a ship, you talk to the stewards. Next biggest source of gossip are the engineering officers, the MEOs. I go into every compartment. No, Barbarossa means red beard. Yep. Go ahead. How many new pairs of trousers did that poor unfortunate lieutenant need? The ones who worried have often needed more trousers. Just to clarify, what is exactly is this much haggis? Well, you see, to make sure we had enough haggis, we might have ordered 4 from Waitrose, 4 from Asda, 4 from Marks and Spencer's, and 4 from Sainsbury's, and 4 from Tesco's, because things keep getting cancelled. And true to form, many of those were cancelled, but instead of us having the 8 we needed for the sort of 2 hogmanay standard moderations we tend to sort of do, and a couple of extra haggis just, you know, in case. We have 12. And we only had space in the freezer for 9. Because it was none of the haggis was going to last long enough to get to the other hogmanay. Did I miss anything so far? No, we're just on to the second book. Isn't Burns Night later? Yes, but one can eat haggis as much as one likes in the season. I know people who use haggis as stuffing for their turkey. It gets quite worrying sometimes. Night Hair Productions, hello! I also know someone who does an iron brew and haggis syrup stuffing for their turkey. We'll leave that to one side. You can all figure out how that is made. Okay, so Rowland Whites. You might notice there is a theme going on. He likes an aircraft in the sky, flying either away from you or towards you, to really give an impression. He does. No, it's not Drac who does the iron brew and haggis stuffing. Although I won't be surprised if he starts working it out. More fun, make your own haggis. I have done that in the past. I don't do that now because, frankly, it took over the kitchen. It did. It took over the kitchen. What's Dr. Clark's name on the Discord? Melanie, if you just go down to the link below, I think you are actually on the Discord server, you will find me on the server. I should be on the list of names on there. Flat back copper, I just don't understand British taste buds. No one really understands British taste buds. No one does. It's taken centuries to get to this level. It's like, after 8 minutes, there are very few places I go in the world I can find them other than Britain. I might quite like them. They always come in these little sort of packs. So they're sort of really, really fancy. And they don't cost a lot. So actually, if you're not that well off, you can buy them for someone and it looks like you're getting a really fancy gift. Although everyone knows they're not. They do. Let's put it this way, we'll go along with the pretense. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Games upgrades are all over the place here. Cool. Can easily be found in Norway. Okay, so Norway and Canada I can go to for upgrades. Origin. Do RNXOs set the wardrobe menu and quality standards like in USN? Let's put it this way. Those are usually things which are set technically by the catering officers or logistics officers. But how do I put this? The XO will have a very firm opinion on these matters and will keep a close eye on it. It's also, I have, there are at least 2 captains I know in the RN who have a habit of having their food from different messes on their ship. And sort of, if there are if the food is served in food served in the officer mess, they'll try the food from there, and they'll try the food from the sailor's mess if it's separate. And the aim of that is simply to make sure they keep a track on the quality of the food. And again, the XO gets the call if the captain's not happy with the food. So the XO also tends to wander around and try the food from everywhere as well, just to make sure they have a firm idea. Deep fried haggis is good for you. Mm-hmm. Hey, Melanie, you found me. That's good. Right, so Phoneix and Vulcan. Thank you, Stafford. Now, Phoneix Squadron, of course, that we've been over, is the story of, well, Belize. It's the story of Britain using an aircraft carrier to stop a war. And it's the story of one of the best-looking aircraft of all time, the Blackburn Buccaneer. And some very brave gentlemen. Who all look surprisingly young. Let's see. In the mid-60s, as Chief Staff Officer of Flag Officer Aircraft Carriers, John Roberts had circulated documents extolling the necessity of maintaining currency and proficiency in air-to-air refueling. Since its introduction into the fleet's air arm, it had become indispensable. Sir Alan Cobham, the British aviator pioneer who made his name with epic seaplane journeys to Australia and around Africa, had since the 1930s been a passionate and relentless advocate for air-to-air refueling, as well as devoting himself to trying to perfect technology and techniques. He'd also lobbied for its adoption by British Armed Forces. In the end, his insistence paid off. By the end of the 1950s, the RAF was well advanced in developing an in-flight refueling capability using Vickers Valiant bombers, modified with equipment made by Cobham's own company, Flight Refueling Limited. Cobham always worked with the idea of using dedicated tanker aircraft. until during a visit to the United States in 1954, he saw work being done on what the US Navy called the buddy-buddy concept. He realized then that nearly any aircraft could become a tanker in the sky, and that's the point at which air-to-air refueling became something the fleet air arm could use. If a self-contained podded refueling system could be hung under the wing, the fleet's air arm could begin to dispense fuel from its own jets, which until now had been forced to rely on RAF tankers. Since 1960, Navy's Supermarine Scimitars and the Havilland Sea Vixens used flight refueling's new buddy system, and in 1964, 800B Flight was created as a specialist onboard tanker unit using Scimitars permanently configured as tankers. But the unit had been short-lived, lasting only until 1966. Good year for football, not good year for navies. Since then, the Navy was learning to live without dedicated tanker flights aboard Ark Royal and Eagle. In their place, the Buccaneers carrying the same FR Mark 20A pods assumed a role. It is essential, Roberts urged, that the art is not allowed to slip back into being considered excellent for an occasional gimmick, but too unreliable to be worth the effort of a regular use. And there was the rub. The refueling pods had been unreliable. Dedicated to the job, 800B Flight had eventually managed to achieve a success rate of nearly 90%. But if a jet returning to the carrier low on fuel had nowhere else to go, it had to be able to take on fuel. And this was going to be the situation facing a pair of Buccaneers as they passed their PNR, point of no return, inbound to Mother from British Honduras. Any failure of 809's air-to-air refueling equipment was a showstopper. Good to get the adrenaline flowing again, thought Boots Walkinshaw, as he and Mike Lucas left the catapult 200 miles northeast of Bermuda. Carl Davis and Steve Park had launched 3/4 of an hour earlier behind Holman's Gannet. While the two Buccaneers' time in the air overlapped, Davis and Walkinshaw practiced flying in battle drill. Then, when the squadron boss returned to Ark for deck landing practice, Walkinshaw and Lucas, under radar control from Ark's ADR, the air direction room, rendezvoused with the tanker, ready to prove the work done by the engineering team in the mushroom farm the night before. Flying in at a steady 250 knot orbit, the tanker banked at 30 degrees, streaming its hose, as Boots formed up off its port wing. Cleared line astern. With the instructions from the tanker, Walkinshaw throttled back and touch and dropped in behind the other Buccaneer. Cleared wet. Senior pilot of 809 had prodding practice ashore less than 2 weeks earlier, and if it had been just about pilot training, a dry prod, a connection between the Buccaneer's probe and the basket streaming behind the tanker that passed no fuel, would have been sufficed. But this was about making sure that there were no snags and snafus with the newly reconfigured jets. Approaching, Boots confirmed over the RT, nudging the throttles forward to overtake slowly up to the line of the hose that hung heavily from underneath the tanker's starboard wing. Ahead of him, in the back of the pod itself, a pair of amber lights shone, confirming that he was clear to tank. With solid funk, the probe connected, sending a lazy ripple through the 50-foot hose. In, reported Walkinshaw, as he continued to gain on the tanker, pushing the hose back into the pod until its retraction triggered the flow of fuel. The amber lights blinked off, replaced by green, as gallons of avcat began pumping through the hose into the Buccaneers' tanks. No problems. Withdrawing. After a token transfer of fuel, 809 senior pilot pulled back on the throttles again, dropping back and away from the tanker. A small puff of white fuel spray splashed and disappeared as the connection was severed. Clear. Mike Kint's engineering team had done their job. Now it was down to the aircrew. Walkinshaw rolled away and down towards a holding point a few miles astern of Mother, ready for a pair of radar-controlled CCAs. One roller landing, followed by a trap. This is a very good book. Rob Bullower. Hello, for starters. I don't think I've seen it before. Iron Brew Haggis sounds almost worse than my Coke brine chicken. To be fair, I have done Coke broiled turkey once. Deep fried haggis is good for you. 0 to 10 doctors would recommend. No medical doctors would recommend. Minus 16040. Wait, do you mean you want the little people responsible for ensuring your ship continues to have tasty food so they're happy? Shocking. I know, it is. It does seem strange to people who really do believe that the art still to this day, and even in that. It's one of those things, when you talk to people about it, the amount of people who assume that the officers in the time of Nelson ate completely different food than the sailors, actually they don't. They get drawn from the same rations. They might well get better alcohol, but the food was often, broadly speaking, the same. It might be cooked better because they might have a proper cook to cook it, whereas the seaman's mess cooked their own. But that's something that's a sort of different matter. We could get fancier food, yes, especially if they were entertaining, but they didn't eat it all the time. And it was a very silly captain who made sure his officers got well fed and his sailors didn't. Yeah, there is no such thing as good army rations. There is edible, but trust me, anyone comes to you with freeze-dried ration packs, or even worse, those things which you put on a literal... It's sort of, it's microwave in the bag. It's a little electrical sort of battery almost. You put the bag on top and boom, gets cooked. It's edible. It's where we'll leave it. So, growing up, I always taken back by the average age of soldiers, now older than that, and I have not had the honour. Can't help but feel I've not done my part. We've all done our parts in different ways. You do it different ways. And, you know, that's the thing. You do it in different ways. John Hargreaves. I worked on Buccaneer. The wing roots were machined from a solid block of aircraft alloy. That's why they were so strong. Fantastic airframe strength. Yep. Minus 1640. Only 90% chance to refuel. Yes, and that was the really worked up unit. That wasn't the most of the rest of the units. That was Phoneix Squadron. We'll get Vulcan 607. We'll get to next. Doctor, do you think USN has made a mistake by retiring S3 and A6, thus removing their refueling capacity? I hope if the drone refueler works, that'll be good. That'll save a lot of problems. Thunder camera. No medical doctor would recommend. I think I was unclear. Yeah, just checking it. Not vinegar, Martin Doc. Not vinegar. Oi. Minus 16040. Didn't Nelson's time? Didn't each sector of crew send a person to the stove to cook their food, or am I remembering wrong? Pretty much. That's pretty much what happened. Mondoc, I love my army rations. Lancashire hot pot was awesome, but preferred the Yank MREs. King's Rack. Have you ever had any of the individual meal packs the CAF uses? They're apparently very good for retort pouch food. There aren't many I haven't had the joy of trying at some point or other. if you spend enough time hanging around Royal Marines, it's amazing how many units show up and they always bring their food with them. They always bring their food. Oh, and Carmen, when in the USA with scouts, I usually like our ration pack sandwiches over anything else as more than just sugar in it. Mm-hmm. Neil Woodall, hello. Thank you, Doctor, for the Sci-Fi Blackfleet recommendation. Bored and finished the trilogy already. Enjoyed immensely. I'm glad you did. It's a good one. I'm just starting a few new ones, so I will tell you all when I get through those what I think of them. Right. So, Vulcan 607. Hmm. 26th of April, 1982. It quickly became known as the Star Chamber. The day the RAF's top brass arrived at Waddington for a targeting conference, led by the Chief of the Air Staff, Sir Michael Betham. Soon, some of the service's most senior officers were ushered into John Laycock's office and settled around the table. Laycock and Simon Baldwin then set out their stall. The station commander sat down opposite Beetham. To his left was Simon Baldwin. Behind him, almost out of Laycock's view, was the Commander-in-Chief Strike Command, Air Marshal Sir Keith Williamson. AOC 1 Group, Air Vice Marshal Mike Knight was back from Bartrey, and Air Marshal Sir John Curtis, the corporate air commander, had joined them from Northwood. There were a lot of stripes in the room. John Laycock opened the debate by simply asking exactly what it was the Chief of the Air Staff wanted the Vulcan crews to do. Beetham's reply was straightforward and unequivocal: to prevent the Argentine Air Force from using the runway at Stanley Airport. Now, Laycock and Baldwin felt they were on safe ground. Even though it's not what the crews had so far been training for, they now knew that it had to be a medium-level attack with ballistic 1,000-pound iron bombs. It was the only way to put deep craters in the ground. Laycock described their plan, explaining how and why they'd reached their conclusions. They knew that Beetham and Curtis, both ex-Second World War heavy bomber crew, would see the logic. And Knight had already discussed the attack profile with Baldwin the previous day, but it didn't seem to be what CNC Strike was expecting to hear. The only man in the room with a background flying fighter, Sir Keith Williamson, wouldn't have had any personal experiences of what the two Waddington men were describing. As a consequence, he appeared reluctant to accept that what Baldwin and Laycock were suggesting could be the best way, and it did fly in the face of what had almost become a sacred cow for the RAF, that going in low, over the target, was the only way for bombs to do their work. The RAF's entire attack force of Buccaneers, Jaguars, Harriers, and now Tornadoes, all under Williamson's command, was built on that foundation. Wrong-footed, he questioned the wisdom of the return to such a classic attack profile. Laycock turned to Beetham for support, frustrated that what he knew made sense was being undermined. Sounds very sensible to me, Beetham said quietly. Carry on. Thank you, Kaz, said Laycock, reassured. Beetham asked about the size of the craters they could expect, but Baldwin, his career spent training to drop nuclear, not conventional bombs, struggled to give him detail on that. He felt fortunate that Cass was an ex-bomberman. Can we do it? Asked Beetham, finally. Since Monty's broken probe 2 days earlier, Martin Withers and Dick Russell had flown with the modifications to the valve, with a probe that hadn't carried the weight of a full fuel hose on the ground. It had gone without incident, but it would have been rash to dismiss the difficulties of the past 2 weeks on the strength of one sortie. Laycock and Baldwin sounded confident but realistic. If everything works, we've got a chance. Sir, if the gods are with us, yes. The 4 senior officers retreated into conference to discuss what they'd been told. Keith Williamson wanted his staff at Strike Command to examine the plan. Beetham and Knight supported that and suggested that the Air Warfare College at Cranwell might also take a look. The target had been confirmed. Laycock and Baldwin had explained the only effective way to attack it, using the resources available to them. But the plan still needed to be rubber-stamped. Don't worry, Baldwin encouraged Laycock. I know the guys at Cranwell will come through. It was time for the airships to meet the crews. Now, there is a lot of stuff talked about the Vulcan bomber raid. And I get into trouble with some people for saying this, but I actually wish Britain still had heavy bombers. Because I think you need carrier strike, and I think you need long-range strike. I think you need both to actually have a well-rounded force for deterrence. And I think getting rid of both in favour of tactical strike aircraft on land as your limiting factor means that you have overwhelming superiority comes from your carriers. Which puts a lot of pressure on your carriers, but also means you become very one-dimensional in potential attack profile. Not always the most sensible thing to be. Jeff Beeler, all this Royal Navy food talk reminds me of Captain Cook's introduction of anti-scurvy foods like sauerkraut. Yeah. Mondoc used to swap my rat packs with the Yanks for the MRAs. When ops, always good. Melody 1640. As for aircraft pieces, aren't there large pieces forged by 50,000 ton presses in the US? There are some of them. Neil Woodall, British MREs were enjoyed for the fact that they weren't the same US MRE that we drew in the field. Speaking of MPs, Kingsbrook, speaking of IMPs, I again want to try the Montreal smoked meat sandwich one. Jamila, armies always think another army's rations are better, at least when that other army is the Canadian army. Canadian Neil Woodall, the Canadian salmon and mustard sauce is one of the better ones. JP, anyone watch the YouTube channel where the guy eats old army rations like from World War II? I hope they're prepared recently, not World War II history runs. Ugh. Cowan, heavy bombers might come back with how the current government are treating defence. You never know your luck. When they 1640, did the RAF not have any specific runway cratering munitions at the time? Not in 1982. They developed it mostly after 1982 because they realised it was a profile they needed to do. Yay! But they didn't have any which would work with their aircraft. Peter Dawson, what about maritime patrol? Oh, I like long-range maritime patrol, but that's long-range maritime patrol. That's a different aircraft type. If you try and use a bomber for that, it gets weird. Antenna Productions. I wish we had invested in a small group of B-1 Lancers after the Vulcan withdrawal. That or maintaining the Victors through the latter would be a tall order. I think B-1 Lancers would have been cool. Britain, as the other power operating Lancers, would have made things very interesting for many, many people. If not proper heavy bombers, then at least convert P8s to carry Tomahawks or other cruise missiles. That could be good. Grace Arcee, no, he eats the original ones at E101. That's disturbing. I presume that's for the YouTuber who eats ration packs. I hope he has good shares in Imodium. And probably a shares also in a laxative company. And in production, that's actually a point. Had the Argentines waited a year or two, at what point the Vulcans would have all been gone? Could a victor have been capable of conducting black buck raids? Nope. But there is. Let's put it this way. I'm not one of those people who will go around saying the black buck raids have no point. Although I am not convinced by the idea they actually do any damage to the runway at all, considering Hercules keep landing the whole way through. But as a psychological stressor on the Argentines, they are freaking excellent. So I would say they have very little physical damage, but do a lot of psychological damage to the Argentine forces. Here, Dawson, Shackletons were used in Aden. Schumack, turns out you can't just drop nukes on everything. Who would have thunk? It is kind of a traumatic experience for some people. Trentango, let's look. Where is the crossover between a really long range and air refuelable MPA and a heavy bomber with PGMs? I would say the crossover is probably in anti-ship missions when they're using standoff attack munitions, i.e. missiles. But the trouble is, once you're talking about any kind of bomb load or contested airspace penetration, that's where you get a heavy bomber. You use the LRMP for uncontested airspace, really. Let's be honest. Does anyone expect a P8 to operate at threat within enemy fighter range? Because if you do, you're asking for an aircraft to get shot down. Or you're going to have to spend a lot of time with a cap escorting it. I do agree, Hercules can land everywhere, but even they tend to like a runway. And the Argentines didn't really have the really rough strip capable runways. Hercules. So Johnson, are they the new Tempest looks brilliant? Are they working on an unmanned refueler as well, or an updated Aurora? Who knows? They'll be looking at the various things. Jake's to keep A4s off, which it did. Yeah, I don't think A4. You see, I have a strong debate as to whether the Argentines were ever planning on putting A4s actually on that island, on those things. I think if they'd had longer before the British responded, they might have done. But as it was, I don't think they did. We're going to. Because otherwise they'd have gotten there before the British got. Let's put it this way: they had enough time before the British came down that if they'd really wanted to get them there, they could have gotten there and put it on. And the Argentines based a lot of aircraft in the Falkland Islands, but they couldn't base those. Again, and I don't think again. Let's say they do get a squadron of A4s based there. That's great. Do they have airborne early warning? No. So they have the same problems against them as the carrier battle groups, other than they have less air defense missiles around them, less radars, and they're in a static place. And if you consider what the SAS did to some Pukaras, yeah, I just I think they would have caused a complication. I don't think they would have made it too problematic. As I told you, no, you can just drop nukes on everything. They make plenty of low yield stuff that's perfect for missions like this. Just certain people are going to get upset. Yes, and also I'm not sure if Britain has much in the way of low yield stuff. I think all our nukes are MIRVs for Tridents. Jeff Beeler, Blackburg, if we can hit Port Stanley, we can bomb most of Argentina. One reason the Mirage Freeze were not used over the Falklands? That and they couldn't. That and actually fueling them to get them over to the Falklands would have been freaking impossible. You need tankers, and you have to decide what are your tankers. You have a limited amount of tankers. You have a limited amount of fuel. Each aircraft has a discrete amount of range, and you have to work out how you're going to use it. And this is the problem for the Argentines mainly, is getting the fuel. And this is the other thing. Let's be honest, even if the Argentines did get aircraft out to the Falklands, they didn't have to supply them with fuel and munitions. Both things which they found in interesting logistics supply after the Royal Navy turned up there. John Hargreaves, Argentina thought UK was broke. Certainly parts of Argentina certainly did. Carlos, P-8 Poseidon contested airspace. World War II, FW-200 Condors shot it out B-24s and Sunderlands. So strap an armament to on the P-8? Well, you could. Animus, plan is obviously studying Falklands with view to Taiwan. More than likely. Ben on it. We didn't commission the last of the low-yield Ukes in the 90s. Also, hello. Hello, Bale. I have your, topic is Tuesday. Animus, I would be surprised if the UK does not have low-yield micronukes. I would also be surprised if they would publicize that. It's one of those things. No. Britain doesn't like small nuclear weapons. We have a reason for it. We like our big weapons, which are discreet, and we know exactly where they are, so we're all very safe, and you can minimize accidents. Smaller devices wandering around can get confused for other things. That isn't something which any British politician wants to deal with. And certainly the Ministry of Defence don't. Martin Doc, Nimrods used to carry Sidewinders. I've heard it, but I always thought it was an urban myth. Monday 64. Yeah, you're down to the Trident Force now, but you still had the WE-117s back then, and it had a 0.5 kiloton yield version. Yeah, if you trust it. Peter Dawson, in Falklands, Nimrods has Highlands. Definitely haven't heard of that being fitted that early. Let me do a quick check. Yeah, apparently they got 1,000-pound bombs, including general purpose bombs and BL-75 cluster bombs, although I didn't like to drop either of those from a Nimrod, and AIM-9 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. Yeah, they could carry a couple of those. There is a debate as to whether they were fitted in time for the Falklands, but I presume if you're going to have one flying within 60 miles of Argentina, you must have had it fitted then. I knew they had them later. I didn't realize it was then. Cool. So this being Nimrod versus B7, B7 would have been a one-sided affair, possibly. I mean, if you have the blueprints and the parts and it's not assembled, you technically don't have them. I don't think we'd even have the parts. We are pretty sure we'd probably have the blueprints. We'd probably rely on their ability to assemble it fairly quickly if we wanted to. That's what we have Rolls-Royce for. Message forwarded. Can-do reactors are the safest design? No. Flat black copper. Did US help UK at all for the Falklands? Basically, they gave us a lot of weapons. We bought sidewinders off them and a few other things. And the US moved heaven and earth to make sure we got the stocks we needed of the latest variants of those weapon systems. That was about it. Neil Woodall, I'm going to buck the sentiment here. Nuking the major powers up to keep them from getting frisky. Would like everyone to work together, but too much history tells me otherwise. It's kind of an interesting thing in that we get a false impression because of the Cold War that the world can be peaceful, but the reason the Cold War was peaceful was because everyone was throwing nuclear weapons at each other, and no one wanted them to go off. There is a benefit, therefore, of basically heavily armed. We'll both walk along, and we'll both be walking along when both holding pistols. So, pretty much, I have a policy, and this is good advice. If you want to see what is probably a book which is focused on as large a sales as possible, check its title. If it includes one word, if in doubt, it's aimed at selling stuff. Churchill is a guaranteed sell. King's Rock. Oh, Canada can do more good for the world without nukes than with them. Yes, in Canada's case, definitely. Paul from Chicago. You shouldn't underestimate the anti-British sentiment in some segments of US society, especially during the Troubles. Yes. Thank you, America, for funding them. And Russia for funding them. This is one of the interesting things. What would the KGB and the section of the KGB and CIA agree on? Funding the IRA. And I'm not getting into the Troubles here because I had family on both sides. Fun times. Anos, the Cold War was not peaceful. No, it wasn't. That's the really, really stupid thing. I said the Cold War looks peaceful. I think I meant to say it looks peaceful anyway. But it wasn't peaceful. But if you are French or German, well, French, West German, Italian, it seems peaceful because Europe was at peace. And I have this conversation with people and they go, oh, we've been through, since World War II, the world's been so peaceful. Why do we need armies? And you sit there and they'll go, have you actually read a book? Read the internet? Anything? No. Not hearing Brexit. I don't hear much about how the war affected Regan's opinions of Thatcher. I've seen one interview the day after the first Black Book raid, but barring that, almost nothing else from Ron on the Falklands. When my girlfriend's book comes out, when she turns her PhD into a book, then you will have something to read about Thatcher and Reagan and what they were getting up to. Alright, so, Churchill's Secret War. If you want to sell a book and want to get it, make it bestseller, adding the word Churchill to it really does help. It really does. As you can see, we are doing a bit of a slow thing today because, well, because I can. And because I want to cover these sort of these topics. So we've had quite a good discussion, I think, over the Falklands. And over beliefs and carrier power. Right then, let's see. This is about the diplomatic decrypts, the Foreign Office, and Turkey, 1942 to 4. Britain worrying about Turkey in World War II. Didn't we discuss Gallipoli this week? Flat back cover. What did the UK ask for that the US said no to? Actually, nothing really that the UK asked for was said no to. There was plenty that the US offered that the UK said no to. Felix B, you know we have a train here in Switzerland that we call Churchill's Arrow. Cool. He travelled on it after World War II. Cool. Right. Churchill's Island Prizes Lost, revisited. The inhabitants of Bodrum took part in the evacuation of British forces from Kursk. They all remembered the Pall Mall retreat and the awe inspired by German power. Sandengram, Turkish Foreign Policy during World War II, page 2 and 5. Preparations for the Dando-Collins assault. This chapter relates both Allied and Axis preparations for the fighting in the Aegean in October 1943. To the course and consequences of the Dando-Collins campaign, and the manner in which British policy in the Eastern Mediterranean reflected the differing understanding of both service and diplomatic intercepts shown by the Chief of Staff, the Foreign Office, and the PM. For Churchill, this phase of the war was unbearably distressing, as he reveals in Island Prizes Lost in Volume 5, Closing Ring, of his history of the war. All other historians of the Dando-Collins disaster have used this chapter as a primary source. Churchill knew from reading BJ's that the surrender of Italy gave the Allies the chance of gaining important prizes in the Aegean at very small cost and effort. Determination to pick up these treasures was thwarted mainly by the United States Chief of Staff,
who redirected the landing craft needed in Dando-Collins to India, insisted on withholding both troops and ships for the Eastern Mediterranean, and saw any resurgent Vulcan initiative sponsored by Churchill as yet another attempt to postpone or avoid Operation Overlord. General Wilson's handling the situation from faraway Cairo was also criticised. In all this, Eisenhower's reluctance to back Churchill's initiative was compounded by Tedder's unwillingness to send air support to the islands while the invasion of mainland Italy was in full swing, and by a change of command in the British Navy, John Cunningham taking on in the Mediterranean from his cousin Andrew, which resulted in poor naval coordination and support of British invading troops already outmaneuvered by the Germans, who rediscovered their earlier skills at combined operations at the personal instance of Hitler. The Führer believed the Allies planned and had the resources to mount a successful Balkan front from Turkey, giving the Anglo-Saxons credit for an invasion scheme which never existed except in the mind of Churchill. The Dodechanese can thus be presented as something of a personal contest between the two warlords, one by Hitler, which disrupted Churchill's immediate plans to involve Turkey in the war. By the summer of 1943, he wrote, "The command of the Aegean by air and by sea was within our reach. Effectiveness might be decisive upon Turkey. At a time deeply moved by the Italian collapse, my parleys with the Turks was intended to prepare the way for entry into war in autumn 1943. This did not happen because of the unfortunate events in the Aegean." This chapter uses Churchill's own anguished account of what happened in the Dodechanese, as does the official military historian's chapter on the same subject. It remains definitive, despite the recent access to Boniface enjoyed by more recent war historians, one of whom, Professor Hinsley, draws on the Enigma fish intercept substantially when retelling the story of the end of the campaign. At the start of his exposition of the Dodechanese imbroglio, Molyneux quotes Churchill's brief to the Chief of Staff on 2nd of August 1943. "Here is a business of great consequence to be thrust forward by every means. I hope the staffs will be able to stimulate action which may gain immense prizes at little cost through not a little risk." Churchill's archaic rhetoric may have been a subconscious smokescreen to conceal his lurking conviction that the risks were unquantifiable, and the chance of success, given the other Mediterranean priorities, extremely doubtful. Molyneux adds that the Germans, largely through war's extraordinary chance, won a resounding tactical success but no long-term advantage. Professor Hinsley's account is based, as already noted, on his exclusive access to the DIRC archive. The influence of Enigma messages when delivered in the time for appropriate reactions is compellingly demonstrated. British success against enemy shipping, for instance, was directly derived from timely ultra. But growing delays in wireless transmission communications, doubtful interpretations of enemy intentions, and the non-availability of combat-worthy aircraft led to inadequate or unsatisfactory, in the word used by the Enigma translator in Hut 4 and also by Churchill, British resistance to well-mounted enemy combined operations. Hinsley's account of the Dodechanese echoes that of Molyneux, Howard, and Roskill, and is a classic statement not just of the usefulness of Signet to the Allies at the time, but of the smallness of the changes needed to the historical record already in place. The intelligence historians were faced with two problems common to all official histories dealing with the last 2 years of the war: the massive volume of data available, and the difficulty of avoiding duplication with the Grand Strategy and Theatre series. A major miscalculation by the C&C Mediterranean as to German strength and intentions in the area was caused by the very success of the Allied deception operation codenamed Mincemeat, in persuading the enemy that Allied plan for Operation Husky was a project for a major landing in the Aegean. The Germans thereby believed in an Allied invasion of the Balkans in the summer of 1943, transferred extra troops, ships, aircraft, and guns, and ammunition to this front, thus making it more hazardous and ultimately impossible for Wilson's pared-down operation against the Dodechanese to succeed. Now, here is the classic problem. Because in 1943, you're preparing for D-Day,
and you have operations going on in Italy, and you are preparing. You have got the Eastern Fleet going. In other words, you have got a lot of things up and running. A lot of things up and running. Managing it all and keeping it all organized is very, very difficult. More importantly, the supplies are very difficult to keep going everywhere. Big limitation on these operations is landing craft. After that, it's tankers to get fuel there. So they have a situation when they actually have the troops. They have the aircraft in theory, but they're not serviceable. They don't have the fuel. They have almost enough fuel, but not enough. And they don't have enough landing craft. And so that's what happens. It doesn't work. But it is a very interesting book. And as I said, pretty much if you want to make a bestseller, stick Churchill's in front of it. If I wanted to make my book add another 0 onto the number of copies sold, I'd probably just have to add Churchill into the title. I wouldn't do that though, because you can't really add him in anywhere legitimately. Alistair Thompson. Appears to be a debate going over the people who wandered the PLA who wandered across to Canada on a reciprocal visit. It happens. Guess what? If this is going to sound strange. Yes, the Chinese went to Canada on a reciprocal visit to visit their Arctic Warfare School. The Canadians also went to China and got to tour their facilities. Information probably flowed both ways. Churchill's destroyers? Something like that, yeah. Bandwidth, not just an issue for streaming. Brad Bidler. Thank you. No, it isn't. It isn't just an issue for streaming. Although we wish it was just an issue for streaming. Although, bandwidth seems to be holding up this evening so far. Kingsrook, Henderson's Destroyers would be a great title if Henderson was famous. Yeah, it would have been Henderson's Back Pocket Cruisers. I might have worked out that title. But, as said, he's not famous enough. Javila, the Dando-Collins polls the campaign was sad. It was sad. It was also badly run. No. Right then. So, just before I dive into the next book, I am going to quickly pop to the facilities because I've got through like 3 bottles of water today, as well as drinking into the iron brew. But I don't want to leave you all looking at nothing, so no, not that one. Due to our early discussion, voila. Then, boom, boom. Back in a second. Hello, Spray 28. Berlin. Hello. And away. So, let's see. But no, I do love the photo of Victoria seeing the 2 light freak towers. It is a cool photo. I'm always worried whenever there is a yellow unspecified drink anywhere nearby me. I worry what's really in it. That's okay. No, that's not a crack, it's a seam. Sorry. Where it caught the light was making me worried. Patrick Delaforce used Monty to sell his various unit histories, and Churchill wants the 7th Armour Division. Britain's fighting the division, 1940 to 45, continuity. It's always fun. There is so much things you can do with names when you want to. So, right. So how are we all doing today? Generous. Just because they call you a doctor doesn't mean you need to sniff experiment on yourself. I do not. I check sometimes these things out. Right then, so Empire of the Seas. And we're at 101, 40, 20. 01, 41, 20. Empire of the Seas by Brian Lavery. Now, this is one of those books which is made to accompany a television show. And, well, yeah. It's a good book, though. It's got a nice set of pictures in it. And it's got some good writing in it. Brian Lavery's done a masterful job on it. For example, this is about Samuel Pepys. On the face of it, Samuel Pepys was born to a very humble background in London, 1633, to a tailor and a butcher's daughter. But his aunt married well, and his cousin Edgar Montague rose high as a sea officer in the service of the Commonwealth. Pepys won a scholarship to Magdalen College, Cambridge, and began to work for Montague in 1654. He married Elizabeth St. Michael, daughter of an impoverished Catholic French emigre, and he began his famous diary on the 1st of January 1660. It was to prove an eventful year. In May, he accompanied Montague to bring Charles II back from exile, and was appointed Clerk of the Acts to the Navy Board. Pepys achieved what his diaries showed to be a very satisfactory work-life balance. As well as indulging in office politics of the most vicious kind, he soon came to despise his colleagues at the Navy office in Seething Lane. They were mostly sailors ignorant of land affairs or courtiers. He took great pains to learn every aspect of the business, and his friend, the shipbuilder Anthony Dean, produced a manuscript on naval architecture for him with an intention to leave nothing unfolded which may advance anything to the meanest capacity. Pepys managed to avoid blame for the disaster of the Second Anglo-Dutch War and emerged with his position strengthened. Pepys found corruption all around him and was not immune to it himself, but he could see some invisible. Hello, we have been visited. I don't think any of you will mind a visitor.
That's why we were asleep.
Oh, that's... Hello! Trainee Fluffy Research Assistant has come to say hi. Hello, everyone. How are we all doing? Can you see yourself? You're there. You know, you come to say hi, have you? Alright. Do you want to sit here while I sort of read a book? No? You want to go snuggling off, don't you? Yeah, okay. Hello, everyone. Hope you're well. Hope you enjoy yourselves. Anyway, Fluffy Research Assistant has come to say Merry Christmas to you all. And because you'll probably see the bigger one later this week, on the lives later this week, we thought this one would say Happy Christmas to you now. It's growing up a bit. Good boy. Come. There you go. Yeah.
Quite heavy now.
That's the point. Anyway, back to Pepys. Oh. Take care, somebody. Let's see. Jeff Phillip, the US Republicans say Dr. Clark is not a real doctor. The US Republicans and I would have words over that one. There again, King's Rook might well be right. Anyway. Pepys found corruption all around him and was not immune to himself. But he could see some invisible line beyond which it damaged the Navy and did not step over it. As well as a supreme degree of efficiency and an eye for detail, Pepys also began to develop a vision for the Navy, of professional officers, ships, built to the best available technology, dockyards to service them, and sound financial method behind them. He went some way towards achieving that, in his lifetime allowing for an imperfect world and his own imperfect character. He gave up his diary in 1669, fearing he was going blind, and Elizabeth died the following year.
He became involved in Mary Skinner, whose brother had worked for the Puritan John Milton. Thus, the two key women in his life represented the opposite poles of the day, Catholic and Puritan. But they were not his only women. He had numerous affairs, including one with his maid. In addition, he loved the theatre, music, and good food, and found time away from his work to enjoy them to the full. When the Duke of York fell from office in 1673, the king took much of the running of the Admiralty into his own hands, with Pepys as the secretary. Pepys increased his power through election to the House of Commons. He supported the Royal Society, Trinity House, and the Royal Mathematical School. But his main achievements were to set up a regular career structure for officers in 1677, and to steer an act through Parliament for building 30 new ships. In 1679, during the scare known as the Popish Plot, he and Dean were accused of leaking naval secrets to the French and imprisoned in the Tower of London for a year, until they could clear their names. Pepys returned to government work in 1683, when he helped to wind up business in the evacuated colony of Tangier. In 1684, he was reappointed as Secretary to the Admiralty and set up a special commission to restore the Navy's ships after years of neglect. Though, as usual, he greatly exaggerated the scale of his achievement. He remained in office when the Duke of York succeeded to the throne as James II, became increasingly powerful under the new regime, though he held back from James's pro-Catholic policies. Nevertheless, he was driven from office after William and Mary came to the throne, and lived in retirement for the next 14 years. His projected history of the Navy was never written. His diaries were first published in 1825, and are perhaps the best written and most intimate works of that genre. They give a picture of a hedonistic, lecherous, and frivolous man, very different from the highly competent administrator who set the Navy on its course for the following century. In fact, in many ways, I actually understand that, though. It's going to sound strange. I'm launching straight into my own analysis after talking about theirs, but they're talking about a man who spends his life taking his work very, very seriously. Outside of it, he has fun. If you consider me, I'm a very passionate naval historian. I love doing all this very serious, very heavy work, working academically, doing all the reading, doing all the writing. Then you ask me, what do I do for my hobbies? Well, my hobbies are quite manually orientated. They are rewiring, building model railways. They are walking dogs. They are kayaking. To me, Pepys' character has always made quite a bit of sense, because for his time, he is quite so focused in his work respect that he almost has his home life is the exact opposite of that, to compensate for it and keep him as a balanced individual. You know, if you do your same thing for your hobby as you do for your work, it seems rather boring. Anyway, let's go through the chats. Yes, somebody did come. Yeah, finished the Casper John book. I wish for more details. I did like reading his ferried aircraft across Africa in World War II while waiting for a ride home from Nigeria. He got up to all sorts of weird stuff, Casper John did. Michael Clapp may or may not have a story about Casper John, which I might have to. I will get his permission to reveal at some point. Nick Orders, never call a corgi FAT. They don't get FAT, they just get longer. Hello, Nautical Wolf. Do you ever hear that corgis are catalogs? That is all bone and muscle. It is. Skip Hyrcanus, I object. The Cold War was far from peaceful. What about all the wars in Africa, Southeast Asia, and invention in South America? The trouble is, you're talking... Again, a lot of people, when they're talking about the Cold War and thinking it's peaceful, they're thinking about their own backyard. Sorry, it was mid-thousands. I remember Dan Snow reading from Pepys' diary whilst being rowed at Oxford, I believe. It was a rather spicy passage he was reading at the time. Yes, that was the series that produced this book. How the Navy Forged the Modern World. To accompany the series presented by Dan Snow. And there is a picture of Dan on the back.
Maybe someday I'll do this sort of program. That'd be quite fun. I find that if you do the same thing your hobby is work, you'll need to find a new hobby. Yep. Hello, Juno101. To be fair, I also consider this YouTube stuff to an extent partially a sort of hobby. But it's sort of the fun side of work, if that makes sense. So it's the part of work which I, especially the book review on Bruships Sunday, I can relax doing, and I can just enjoy and let my love for history out. King's Rook. While reading from Henderson's diary, I don't think Henderson's diary exists. I think his wife might have destroyed it. Because I think his wife decided it was probably, if he's kept a diary, which I think he did do, was probably decided it was stuff which was better never read by anyone. That's my instinct. Although, because I made inquiries and I've heard nothing back, so I don't think they're holding on to it though. They're nice people. Jeppy, Berlin was not peaceful during the Cold War. Yeah, it wasn't. Checkpoint Charlie was fun. I could see you doing a documentary. Yeah, the Bilge Pumps trio. We're sort of thinking about whether we could actually get a proper television company involved and do a pucker documentary on various things, and we are considering it. It could be quite fun, the three of us to work together. But if me and Jeremy Clarkson ended up working on a documentary together, it would involve a lot of people saying the word power. Cold War was very active underwater. Think Crazy Ivan turn. 4 USS Scorpion, all the other lost submarines. True. But this is the question I always put to people. You've all heard about the Crazy Ivan turn that the Ruskies pulled on the Americans and Brits. What do you think the Ruskies called the Western versions of those maneuvers? Right then, next book. Oh, let's go to this one. Let's see, we're at 155.15. Look, on the subject of the submarine maneuvers, I'm going to be trying to get a friend of, actually more a friend of my girlfriend's than mine, but let's call him Jonty, on Bilge Pumps at some point to talk about submarines, and we will go into all of that. So, The Battle Atlantic by Jonathan Dimbleby. DM Carter. Daisy, the Flower Class Jack Russell, returns the greetings of the season to the trainee FRA. Very glad to hear that. Hope she's doing well. It's a fun thing having them, having the fluffy research assistants come on. That's the one thing I'm really looking forward to, having the office downstairs, because we don't like them coming up and down the stairs because we don't want them to hurt their backs. Because we have one, of course, which is a little dog, which could hurt its back, and one which is a big dog, which could hurt its back going upstairs. In fact, there's no real size of dog, which is good to go up flights of stairs. Maybe Labradors, because they just literally bound up the stairs and barely touch them. Especially there's food at the top. But leaving that to one side, when the office is in the garden, they'll be able to come visit far more regularly. Jeff Hitter, HMCS Bonaventure spent the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis maximizing its tracky sortie rate. Yep. Honey. And the Battle of the Atlantic. Well, for starters, this is written by Jonathan Dimbleby. And if you don't know, he's actually quite a good news guy. So he's sort of like Jamie writing a book, which we do keep trying to make Jamie write a book. Starts off with a picture of the Grass Bay. One of the first pictures in here. Well, one of the first pictures once the fighting started, sort of thing. When he's talking about the politics of the people and various people, there's a whole section about the people, which is various pictures of politicians. Churchill and Roosevelt. Various interesting people. Joseph Stalin. Guy whose mustache was terrible. Guy who needed a mustache to actually have a face. Anyway, there you go. You have the sinking Grass Bay. You also have a picture of HMS Eskimo at Narvik, and this is one of the reasons I like this book, because it barely mentions destroyers in it the whole way through, and yet this picture has been put in here, and it's part of the Battle Atlantic, and you sit there go, it took place in Narvik, it's part of the Norway campaign, and that wasn't the submarine torpedo, that was a ship torpedo. And it does have this great phrase underneath it. One of the British warships destroyed HMS Eskimo that were damaged or destroyed during the Battle of Narvik, May 1940. Most people looking at this picture would presume this was written off before she gets back in the service. Norwegian campaign, initiated by Churchill as First Lord of the Admiralty, became a fiasco from which he emerges as Prime Minister. We've been over the Norwegian campaign, as you know, in many videos. And, yeah. There's also a picture of the Bismarck having a nasty time. This is one of those books which it's really quite interesting to read. And it goes through, the idea is the war is about logistics. And that's something I can get behind. War is about logistics. The implications of this conclusion had already been foreshadowed by a most secret letter that was sent to the Commander-in-Chief of Bomber Command, Arthur Harris, on the opening day of the Casablanca Conference. The letter stated that, as a result of the recent serious increase in the menace of the enemy U-boat operations, the War Cabinet has given approval to a policy of area bombing against U-boat operational bases on the west coast of France. A decision has accordingly been made to subject the following bases to maximum scale of attack by your command at night, with the effect of objectively devastating the whole area in which are located the submarines, their maintenance facilities, and the services. Power, water, light, communications act, and other resources upon which their operations depend. The order of priority of importance of the bases is as follows: Lorient, Saint-Nazaire, and Brest and La Paidis. These Biscay ports were of critical importance. Were they to be isolated, the U-boats would lose the safe haven from which Donetsk had prosecuted the tonnage war against the Allied convoys. So for this reason, that almost 2 years earlier, Hitler had authorized that the U-boat pens at all these bases should be rendered bomb-proof. It was against this background that Harris was instructed to start the bombing of Lorient immediately, and to continue until he was persuaded that the desired object had been achieved. At this point, he was to suspend operations to allow the results to be assessed from photographic reconnaissance and other sources of information as may be obtained. 9 days later, reflecting the urgency implicit in the decision by the combined chiefs at Casablanca to make the U-boat threat a first charge on their resources, the War Cabinet revised its instructions to Harris. On 23rd of January, he was told there would be no pause to assess the results of the attacks on Lorient before other U-boat bases in the Bay of Biscay are subjected to area bombing. He was to attack, and attack again, regardless of the consequences. Harris, who regarded any attempt to use his bombers to combat U-boats as a wasteful diversion from the important task of obliterating German cities, complied with extreme reluctance. 4 days later, he wrote a scathing report on Bomber Command's attempt to pulverize U-boat bases. The desired result was unobtainable by the means indicated. The concrete shelters housing the submarines were impenetrable, and even the destruction of entire towns would only impede but not prevent their maintenance, while at the same time causing bitter resentment amongst the Bretons, some of Britain's best and stoutest friends. Harris's scorn for a fruitless exercise was fully justified. Hitler's engineers and labourers had done a good job. For more than a year, the U-boat bays had been protected beneath a concrete canopy 16 feet thick. Not even the mightiest bomb could do more than dent the outer crust of such an edifice. This should have been recognised by everyone. The construction of these monumental shelters had been carefully monitored and recorded throughout by aerial reconnaissance. At least twice in the autumn of 1941, more than 15 months earlier, Coastal Command's Commander-in-Chief, Philippe Joubert de la Frère, had written to the Air Ministry urging that these bases be bombed frequently to frustrate their completion. He had been contemptuously robust. Such attacks, he was told, would constitute a very considerable and unwarranted diversion from Bomber Command's offensive against Germany. So, basically, Harris was right about bombing the U-boat pens because Harris had refused to bomb them at the point at which bombing them would have had any effect. Jermac, Dimbleby, Battle Atlantic. True story. About 2 months ago, I've seen this book, translated, of course, and started searching on smartphone. Was this book on Bruships already or not? I don't think it's been on Bruships. I think it might be on 4 Random Books coming up. Tune 191. Will we throw the Kursk axe in with the Cold War? Possibly. Nick Waters. If you're limited on number of plates in a book, shots of serious men in uniform may not be what I'd pick. I'd pick ships. In fact, when you see my book, you will notice that there are very few pictures of people in there. Shumack, have you heard of a YouTube channel called Subbriefs? I think I have. Jeff Miller. The Crazy Canucks were the men's downhill ski team led by Ken Reed and Stephen Podrick. The latter was world champion. Cool. Hi, Yogi Khan. Nick Waters, bomb-proof is more of a challenge. Yes. In fact, bomb-proof is why those very, very large bombs get created, called Grand Slam. Strub, why not mind the channels? Because that would have been intelligent. Nick Waters, French Navy still uses one of them, doesn't it? I think they still use the one of the ports, and it's sitting there. Yes. Gowan, how has your battlecruiser got double your next most viewed videos view? I have no idea because it's battlecruisers. I do have a look at this. Look at my viewed videos occasionally on the dashboard and sort of look at it and go, How has that happened? It's sort of, yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. It's sort of, yeah, the introduction to battle cruisers is 8,669 views. Then there's battle cruisers in a modern navy, well, a World War II navy, which is on 4,380 views. And then you've got the aircraft carrier debate down on 4,213 views. That's life. I'm not sure. Perhaps it gets mentioned somewhere. Thundercannon, the U-boat pen in Trondheim is still there, as destroying it would either be too costly or risk destroying the entire city. Probably to do so would cost a lot of explosive. King Harris was already a four-letter word for me because of a different Harris. This just reinforces that view. Skippy Africanus, did C4 ever send you my book, U-Boat Assault on America? Not yet. I'm looking for... I have asked for it, but I haven't got it yet sent to me. Oh. Right. I like this book, though. I have to admit, though, I like it, but... And this is my point when reading it. I do this thing when I go through get a book like this. I read through, and I read through the ship's names that are mentioned in it. And I see how many ship's names are mentioned. And this one is quite good because it has HMS Somali. It does have HMS Tartar, and it has Captain Philip Vian. Goes on like that. So it's quite a good book for that. In that it actually mentions these things. And that's good. The amount of books I could point out to you which don't mention them. And also, this one is also good because it has very good endnotes, which have the TNA documents to go read, which have the various chapters and books that they got looked up and they got it from. And there are so many histories which are... Okay, this is its faults. I'm not going to say it's a perfect history. It really isn't. But as an approachable, affordable read, an introduction to Battle Atlantic, there are very few books as good as this one by Jonathan Dimbleby. It really is a good book. Shamak, why not Minor Charles? It's simple, because then people would call the Bomber Harris Minor Harris, and that doesn't sound half as good. Then I go, Harvardron sits on the quick clay, which is fine, right up until it isn't. Explosives large enough to blow up, it risks making it very not fine. Yep. Guys, maybe using thermite to cut subpens in peacetime? But then why? The Norwegians have some small, cute, but stingy stubs. So, good book. And it's £8.99. It was £8.99 new. £8.99. So I can't imagine. Let's work that out in dollars. At the moment, it's 75. It's a dollar equals 75 pence. So £3 equals $4. So roughly $12, $12 American dollars at the moment, presumably. Not quite sure. America, you might add more taxes on America. As we were just talking about a very different Kursk, let's go to Llyoyd Clark's Kursk. O2-1245. Concentrasinus. Hello, Concentrasinus. Haven't seen anything so far today. US taxes depend on the state you're in, generally. Yeah, that's annoying. But it makes sense considering how big America is. So, Kursk, the greatest battle of the Eastern Front, 1943. This is one of those books where it's black and white. It's grainy. And you really do wish they put the pictures on some decent photographic paper. But it's full of interesting sources. The prospect of widespread famine finally forced the government to merge small inefficient peasant farms in a process called collectivization, which took place between 1928 and 1935. Destroyed the peasants' much cherished independence and rested the long arm of the state on the farm gate. The policy was met with derision in the countryside, and in its implementation led to great hardship. Government quotas were often unachievable, leading to significant drop in the peasant standard of living and constant fear of requisitioning. Mikhail Batan, who worked fields near Kursk with his father, testifies. We were told what each new farm had to produce. It was a frightening amount, much more than was possible on the land that we had. My father was very worried that whatever food we kept for ourselves would be taken to make up the deficit. It was a feeling that we were worthless, that the cities were sucking the life out of the countryside. The result was not an increase in food production, but a decrease in the 3 years after 1929, as the disincentivized peasantry struggled to produce what the burgeoning cities needed. Stalin blamed the slightly better-off kulaks, around 4% of the population, for hoarding, resisting the changes and waging a silent war against the Soviet state. They need to be taught a lesson, he growled to a colleague in February 1932. It's always easy to blame someone, isn't it? Having your own possibilities. This situation is undermining all that we have achieved. These people are holding us to ransom, and it cannot continue. This opportunity came later that year when crop failure led to a widespread famine. The Holodomor, in the major grain-producing regions, which Stalin exacerbated by requisitioning more grain for the cities and increasing its export. 7 million died, including 1 in 8 of the Ukrainian population. Stalin was single-minded and received the figures coldly. Nothing can be allowed to stand in the way of our industrialization. If there are obstacles, they'll be overcome and then crushed. The additional momentum created by the first 5-year plan was maintained by subsequent schemes. The second plan in 1932 placed a strong emphasis on heavy infantry and development of military hardware, while the third in 1938 pumped resources into developing armaments and ensuring the factories were beyond the reach of an attack from the West. It was a time of significant Soviet manufacturing development, hammered out of workers who were expected to produce more each year. The press published stories of remarkable deeds to inspire the proletariat. They introduced news, including news on 31st of August 1955 that a miner, Aleksey Stanov, had exceeded the norm of 6.5 tons of coal per 5-hour shift by producing 102 tons of coal, having worked non-stop through the night, double what a squad would regularly produce. On 9th of September, it was announced that he had set up a new record by mining 227 tons of coal in single shift. Stakhanov became a national celebrity and appeared on the cover of the December issue of Time magazine in the United States, which reported, Commissar Oroselet, Commissar for Heavy Industry, saw to it that Comrade Stakhanov received a motor car and other luxuries unheard of for a Russian miner. After diligent search in other Soviet mines and factories, fresh heroes of labor were produced, whose feats of Stakhanovism, as played up by the Soviet press, became more and more stupendous, and probably untrue. To the galaxy of correspondents and photographers, gruff, iron-jawed Communist Party agent Konstantin Grigorovich Petrov was introduced as the man who discovered Stakhanov. Asked reporters of Stakhanov, "Do you get many letters? Do people write to you asking about your method of work?" "He gets letters from all over. Hundreds of letters," cut in the man who discovered Stakhanov. "All women want to know if he has really doubled his wages. All men want to know how he's improved in technique. Hundreds of letters." Yet, while some workers rose to the challenge set for them by the regime in spectacular fashion, others did not. The same Times article that revealed how Stakhanov was lauded went on to say, in the Gorky Automotive Works, the brothers Ivan and Fyodor Krikhnov assassinated their fellow worker Ivan Skekmov because he had speeded up his daily output 200%. Tried before a military tribunal, they were sentenced to death. In the coal mine at Stalino, 2 assistant foremen, a checkweigher, and an electrician were arrested for the murder of a fast-working Stakhanite who had peached on them to the Bolshevik labor boss as opposed to Stakhanovism. Peached? I have no idea that word. It seems strange. In a nearby mine, a worker shot at his Stakhanite mine manager and missed. The most spectacular blow against Stakhanovism is supposed to have been struck by engineer S. Polakov, a member of the Communist Party, up to the time of his arrest. According to Soviet press, engineer Polakov became so vexed at Chelyabinsk by the boastful ambitionists of the local Stakhanov gang that he ordered the fastest speeder uppers to dig in an extremely dangerous pit of mine number 204. Sure enough, the pit caved in on them. That's one way to get rid of people who are working too fast. Workers were subject to appalling day-to-day pressures, and in common with the peasantry, there was a growing sense of paranoia. Show trials in the late 1920s and early 1930s underlined the absolute necessity to conform to the government requirements. The poor wretches who stood before the kangaroo courts charged with treason, sabotage, and espionage, and the like, were most likely merely bad timekeepers, drunks, and dawdlers. It's always fun. Hello, Rapido's back. Hope you picked up lots of good stuff for your week's provision. Meg Waters, just looked. Can get a used copy of that Dimbleby book for £4 from that online shop I forget the name of. Cool. Well, all right, great heart should be certainly a charitable way of putting it. Yickers, late arrival. Hello, Yickers. At last, books I can find and potentially afford. Yogi Khan, Soviet cultural genocide is gross. There is so much genocide going on in the Soviet Union. Don't get me started on it. It's one of those things that this is why I naturally do not like any extremes of politics. I like it sort of. I admit, I am centre-right, probably in my political outlook. I am probably that sort of area. But I don't like even the extremes, both of them. Quite happy to get rid of those. Keep them. Learn about them. Please do understand them. Just don't think they're the solutions in either way. Neither is the solution. Both lead to scenarios where it ends up with people getting killed. Rapid Rose, at risk of blasphemy, our pictures really important. I suppose not, but if you're going to put the pictures in, this is my point. If you're going to put the pictures in, putting them on a slightly better quality paper would make a big difference. Peach? The heck? Yeah, I have no idea what that means. But no, for an in-depth look on collectivization, I would recommend Russian Peasants and Soviet Power by Lewin or Robert Conquest Harvest of Sorrow. I would agree on Harvest of Sorrow. Money 1640. Oh, that he mined 100 tons in a single shift, guy. Yeah, and then did 200 tons in another shift, and I'm sort of going, what was he doing? Using a tractor? I'd presume preach rather than and then peached. Peach charged? Yeah, it could be. Yeah, well, thanks for simulating the stream. My beautiful bride of 25 years wants my attention now. Take care. Have an outstanding week. Same to you. Right, I'll be back in a second because, again, as I've already said, drunk lots of water today. I'm being good. I'm drinking Highland Spring because, again, Scottish, and then the Iron Brew. So it's a very Scottish day, but yeah, truthfully, while I'm away, I will put I won't leave you without anything, because that'd be rude. So let's find. There you go. HMS Sleaze. Battle class. Yeah. Eat by gum. I made it. I went down. Hello. Back in. Let's see. Sir Thompson, have been trying to get Iron Brew to contact you. Well, that'd be nice. Thank you for that. I have seen what you've been doing up to on Twitter. Let's see. Captain Seafort, haven't seen before. Political horseshoe. The ends tend to resemble each other more than either do the middle. That's why I claim politics isn't so much a spectrum as a circle. Then 1640, both which get people good. The ends of the political spectrum. Yeah. A quick reminder that collectivized farms were originally a Leninist policy and were paused due to the economic collapse of the Civil War. They're not originally stolen. Yes, I do agree with that. And both were equally terrible. Concentrations. I'm told that the Stromkovites, who mined insane amounts of coal and so forth, usually had help in the process. I'm sure they did. Bernard. Strucker had a small time helping him so effectively. Strucker had a small team helping him so effectively. All he had to do was mine. The tunnel was lined and cleared for him. His record was broken fairly quickly as well. Facilities, Melanie. That's where I went. The facilities. Skipper Africanus. In my book, I argue that culture and doctrine training are central. This is in light of Operation Drumbeat in the US response. What's in the book about RNASW World War II? Good book on ASW in World War II. No, not that one. We have here. I do have some good ones. Question is, where are they? No, that's not them. There is a book about the development of naval technology, which I have somewhere, and it's probably literally looking at me from the shelves, and I keep missing it looking around, which goes into great detail in one of the chapters and is the chapter's an excellent resource on that topic. I will have to hunt it out. I will find it for Tuesday's live stream. And I'll talk about it at the beginning on Tuesday's live stream. Okay? Just send me a reminder on Discord. So I don't forget. I don't think I will forget, but, you know. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Rapid the Arthur battle class looks like it has no weapons and potentially unprotected bits. If we quickly go to that picture again on the sleeves. Actually, what this end is full of is radar-guided 40mm. Depending on the generation, they have different combinations of Hasmire and successively various systems right up to Stag. And usually fairly not nice ends to come across. That's quite a lot of firepower often for people to deal with. Radar-guided 40mm are cool. Verosowski, according to the dictionary, peach is archaic slang for to inform. Apparently, from the Old Middle English verge to a peach, meaning to accuse. Same root as impeach. Who knew? We now have a new phrase for the channel. Peach. John Shake, question, Doctor. Are we still the bestseller section, or are we in the QA section? If the QA section, what kind of engineering books do you recommend? We're in the bestseller section, but the QA section for engineering books depends on your type of engineering. What are you looking for? Because I could always mention Vitruvius's 10 Books of Architecture, which is the foundation for, let's see, civil, mechanical, building, civil engineering, mechanical engineering, building surveying, town planning, architecture, all sorts of things to this day in the West. Or But if that's not what you're looking for, then it's sort of, that's not really a helpful book. No, it's so easy to mine 100 tons in the shift, especially when cameras turn off while using the heavy equipment. Yeah. John Shea, question. No. Super Africanus, how does the Battle of Atlantic book handle the US neutrality patrols? Iceland. It goes into them, especially the politics of them. Do you know why going on? Could the Ark Royal have been saved? I've seen plenty of arguments that she could have been, and a lot of arguments to blame the destroyers for not picking up the U-boat. At the speed they were going, Azdic theoretically could pick up the U-boat, but also theoretically it won't if the U-boat is, I don't know, hiding behind a pocket of warm water or in some sort of change of atmosphere. So, it's always nice to be able to go look at something on science and go, well, according to the theory, if we look at these, things, and in this world, yes, they should be able to pick them up. They were in range, and then go, what was the actual circumstance? Can you tell me where there were any warm water pockets in that area? Can you tell me anything that was sort of going on? Are you assuming there's no skill on both sides and there's also speed? It gets quite complicated. As for Ark Royal, counter flooding. Probably could have saved her. In fact, speaking of Ark Royal, next book, Mike Rossiter's Ark Royal. 234. Always a good book. John Shea, more around the civil engineer area. Oh, Vitruvius then. Vitruvius. It's a great one to have. My copy has been, from the looks of things, because it's supposed to be there, there's only one person who would nick my copy of Vitruvius, and that's probably the person who's lost their own, which is my sister. Ambrose, so the predecessor inspiration for your closing worm system. Pretty much. I'd also recommend, what's it got? For civil engineering, actually, there is one of my friends who's written some good books on it, so I will look up his books. If you want a really expensive book, there's The Stability of Slopes by Eddie Bromhead. And there is Landslides in Research and Theory and Practice, written by Eddie Bromhead, who is my sister's old PhD supervisor, Neil Dixon, who I worked with at Kingston University, and Maya Ibsen, who is my boss at Kingston University. And you can find it somewhere around. It's Landslides in Research, Theory and Practice. It's a good book. And let's see if I can find Vitruvius for you. Quickly, I'll put that in there as well. This is my copy. This is the copy I have for Vitruvius. Right. Right, so let's see. Right, Ark Royal. In October 2002, I was squeezed into a Gibraltar taxi. Its windows misting up, and the heating full on. With Rick Davey from CNC Technologies, cameraman Richard Rankin, and a sound recordist. The rain was lashing down, and the street lights were still on. Although at 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky was beginning to lighten through the low scuttling clouds. We had left our hotel, driven past the odd offices where the Gibraltar Times printed the first news of Nelson's victory at Trafalgar, and were heading for the harbour. When we arrived at the dockside, we loaded our bags and aluminium equipment boxes onto the oily deck of a harbour tender. The pilot, unshaven and with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, untied the ropes holding us to the jetty and gunned the motor. We were heading out to board the rig supporter, the boat that carried CNC's unique surveying tool, the autonomous underwater vehicle. It was the opportunity to use the AUV in the search for Ark Royal that had first made me contact Rick. Now, finally, it was waiting for me, and I could discover precisely what had been located on the seabed by the Odin finder 5 months earlier. As we cleared the outer mole, the sea got rougher, and further out it was covered in white caps, whipped up by a strong westerly wind. Our boat started pitching and rolling as we made a wide sweeping circle around a big grey and white vessel that was slowly moving through the water. "That's the rig supporter," said Rick. It was a big ship, about 3 times the size of the Odin finder, with a high prow capable of crossing the Atlantic or dealing with a storm in the North Sea. Above the stern was a helicopter landing pad. "How are we going to get aboard?" I asked. "I'm not sure," Rick said. The rig supporter had been working in the Mediterranean for weeks, and the survey crew and technicians who ran the AUV were very keen to get home, for which for most of them was back in Louisiana. They wanted to spend as little time as possible on this extra job they had not bargained for. Furthermore, the fee I had negotiated would barely cover their fuel costs, so the project manager on board had been unwilling to spend time and money on entering harbour. I thought that transferring passengers and gear in this way was taking a risk, but short of abandoning the trip, there was little I could do. As we approached the ship, it towered above us. I had half expected a companionway or a set of stairs to be lowered, but all I could see was a rope ladder hanging down the swaying side of the ship. Our boat matched the rig supporter's speed and pulled alongside. A rope was lowered to winch up the equipment boxes, but we would have to grab the ladder and climb up to the deck above. Our boat was pitching to a height of 5 or 6 feet. If anyone missed their footing, they would be crushed between the rig supporter and our boat. The sound recordist had gone extremely pale. He turned to me and said, "Mike, I can't swim." Being able to swim would not prevent anyone from getting killed in that dangerous gap, but I knew that now was not the time to point this out. I should not have put him in this situation at all. Legally speaking, I should have aborted the whole thing, but I'd gone too far now to turn back. What he needed was some reassurance, some action on my part, and that showed he was being considered. Otherwise, I would never persuade him to make a leap for the rope ladder. Any hesitation on his part, out of fear, would be fatal. "Rick," I shouted, We need some life vests. Can they throw some down to us? Rick knew that what we were doing was silly, so he shouted up to the deckhands. Within a few minutes, I was helping put one on the sound recorders. As the deck of our boat rose up, he grasped the rope ladder, and his feet found the bottom rung. He pulled himself up and was hauled by his life jacket harness onto the deck of the rig supporter. We all followed safely, and within a few minutes, the rig supporter had picked up speed and was heading to the wreck site, buffeted by crosswinds and an angry sea. Once on board the ship, I could appreciate why the rig supporter was so large. The survey room, or lab, was extremely spacious, with an array of screens that emphasized the enormous computer capacity the ship carried. She was designed to be self-sufficient, accommodating the AUV and its support staff, as well as a large surveying party anywhere in the world. The sonar survey from the Odin finder had provided very little information about the size or condition of the target, so Rick had asked me to bring along as much background material about the Ark as I could. I had full-size reproductions of the large-scale blueprints of the Ark Royal from the Maritime Museum. I also had some enlarged black and white photos of the Ark on the slipway at Birkenhead, and a variety of views of the ship to help us identify anything we might capture an image of. As I spread these out on the chart table, I was joined by Zach Rivers, the surveying party chief, and Phil Devall, the chief technician for the AVV. Zach was young and stocky with a goatee beard, while Phil was thin, with a slightly startled air about him. Gradually, the other computer programmers and technicians gathered around. They knew very little of what I was proposing to do. As I described the brief history of the Ark Royal and passed around photos of the ship, almost hidden by gouts of water thrown into the air by exploding bombs, I could hear muttered comments and odd, wow. I explained how I'd gone back to the Board of Inquiry records and drawn up the search area, and finally how we had located this target outside it. Because before I had finished talking, a couple of technicians had left the small group and were examining blueprints, taking measurements and looking at the black and white image produced by the sonar on the board of the Odin finder. Their curiosity had been fired. They too were becoming engrossed in the challenge of finding this wreck. There were a few things I didn't dwell on in detail. One was that in months since the discovery of what could be the wreck of Odin of the Ark by the Odin, it had proved almost impossible to get offers of co-production money for a series on the history of the Royal Navy. It was too British. This, to me, was a reason why the British Broadcasting Corporation, which was, after all, financed by the British taxpayers, should make it. But in every conversation I had with the senior management of the BBC, I could tell my arguments were falling on deaf ears. Originally, I had proposed a search for the Ark Royal because I thought the discovery and footage of such a historic ship could form the centerpiece of a series about the Royal Navy, and given the program as a much higher profile when they are broadcast. Now it was beginning to look as though there was not enough money to produce the series I wanted to make, certainly nowhere near enough to film the Ark Royal, if that is what we had found. I was lucky in one respect, however. I was being allowed to use the AUV and the rig supporter for almost nothing. So whatever the fate of the series, I could take a few more steps in the right direction and hopefully determine whether or not I had found the Ark Royal. There was a distinct possibility I hadn't. When I had returned to London, I'd had very little to show for my 4-day trip and thousands of dollars paid to the Odin finder, except an accurate position for what I was assured was a substantial metallic object that roughly fitted the known dimensions of the Ark. On paper, they looked like two dark squares about 1 centimetre by 1 centimetre on a background of black and white dots, like that interference of an old TV screen. When Rick Davey and I worked out how we were going to search for the wreck, we assumed we might have several targets that would require investigation. However, I was very conscious of a lack of time and money, and it was convenient to assume that what I found was indeed what I was searching for. It was the closest target to my original search area, but then, if Ark had drifted from the point where it had capsized, as the captain of the Odin finder had suggested, it could have drifted quite a way, and what we might have found might be the wreck of a totally different ship. It's a good book. Melon 1640, what's this your CIWS exactly? I keep putting forward the idea of using a 40mm cannon arrangement, similar as the Phalanx. So basically taking the idea of the 20mm Phalanx and going, right then, so we'll have our own internal radar. It's automatic and all these things. but have a 40mm cannon arrangement Gatling system. My theory is we need more firepower. Raprazek, or a book on Warspite, which along with USS Enterprise should have been preserved. Oh, that's Ian Ballantyne's book on Warspite. It's probably the best one currently out. Nick Waters, anyone else getting patchy connection? Not at the moment. Smooth video and sounds fine here. Okay. I'm going to hope it is. It's not telling me of any drop frames or any problems going on. Seth Thompson, is it on the Amazon storefront? I think they are. If they're not, I can add them in seconds. But I'm working on there's a few good books in that sort of region. There's a few things I'm thinking about adding in at various points along the way. And I can get them. I'm thinking about doing an engineering version of Bruships. Just to sort of as a one-off, rather like I sort of did the sci-fi just as an experiment, just do engineering books. I'll see about it. I'll put them together and see if they work. It might be an engineering for random books rather than Bruships, depending on the quality. Let's give Eric Gunness. That is a credit to your appeal. Consider myself pretty far to the left. Still do a great job with these videos and your responsiveness. Thank you. Well, my point has always been, if I have to give people information in a way which will can only be used to support my political beliefs, then I'm doing it wrong. As my students usually find it quite interesting, because most of my students say, if you want someone to pick apart any political party, it doesn't matter the spectrum's platform, you sit me down for 10 minutes and I can go through, I can tell you the arguments for it and I can tell you the arguments against it. And I often do. And as I said, I come down for the centre-right, broadly speaking, and this is the UK version of centre-right. I support the NHS. Very happy to have a national health service that looks after people. It's very useful to have. I'd like it to be slightly better run, but that's not a reflection on the doctors or the medical staff involved. That's a reflection on the fact that I think there's... I sometimes wonder whether we should set up a system which gives a little bit more hands-off for its running, but then I realise how big and how expensive it is, and I doubt any politician's going to set up that sort of system. But, you know, But the reason I'm broadly speaking centre-right, I suppose, is because it's my own personal view. It's me. When there are some ideas I support from left, like I'm quite in favour of having some form of... I think you should have the private housing, all these things, but I think council housing in the UK should be expanded again. Because I think one of the big problems is that the housing market in the UK isn't being built enough because we're relying entirely on the private sector to do it. And the thing is, the private sector gets incentivized to build properties, but not to build so much that the supply grows enough that it's going to cause a drop in housing prices. The only way you're going to get that happen is if you get the councils to be able to build houses. And they're not going to do that if they have the fear of right to buy. Now, theoretically, the housing associations are supposed to sort that out and be able to sort of, as arm's length, do the sort of construction for them. But the housing associations themselves have become these sort of almost quasi-private companies invested in sort of making money for their shareholders, which happen to often be the councils or they're not-for-profit organizations. Either way doesn't really work. So, yeah, it's a complicated one. But I think in the end, it comes down to Let's build some freaking houses. Oh, and please stop building them in floodplains. And I know that means you're going to have to put in some actual extra railways and actual infrastructure so people don't have to live in the floodplains, because the only place you already have the existing infrastructure is in the freaking floodplains. But stop building in the blooming floodplains. Professor, too British. Is that possible? It's a program for the BBC. For a British audience concerning Bruships. How can it be anything other than British? Whilst I don't belong to the font of people who shout defund the BBC at every opportunity, I find some of the BBC's historical programming to be an anathema. Because whilst I support you telling the truth on history, I do think you should be open and honest about the bad points. If there are such a thing as bad points in history, in my view, there isn't bad or good in history. There is what happened. It was terrible, perhaps, for people living through it at that time. Some things were good for some people, some things were terrible for other people. It's always that case. But history is history, and you need to tell it honestly. But BBC and I would probably not always agree on that one. I'm sure they would be honest, but they don't want to do some stuff, some versions of history. Sam Thompson, 40mm in 8 barrels for heat distribution and twin setup. Yeah. Basically, my view is that's a way of saying hello to people. Also, when I'm talking about our flat guns, which bilge pumps really do support the idea of, a twin Gatling 2-pull 40mm system, that would create a lot of flak. That basically would be, you need a flak barrage in that area, boom, there is a flak barrage appearing. You have 3 of those on a ship mounted in a sort of escort, in a sort of formation, so that whichever you're coming from, 2 can always concentrate on that area. And, yeah, you won't. There will be a lot of flak sitting in the way of any missiles coming in, no matter how fast they're coming in. Comments. A 40mm Gatling would be ineffective. Probably would weigh more than the 57mm. It might well weigh more, but I have a feeling it wouldn't be ineffective. Sea Power Fire and SAW, the Royal Navy Sea Power strategy between the wars, or British Sea Power and procurement between wars. It's British. Our Royal Navy Sea Power and strategy is a good strategy one, but I think it's British Sea Power and procurement between the wars, a reappraisal, rearmament. That is that one I was talking about. That's a good book. I'd like that one. Let's see. What's next? How many books am I up to? Because then I'll just go into question answer. I'll reach about 10 books. I've got 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8. So I've got 2 more and I'll be at 10 books. Okay. So what? I've got 14 books out here, but what ones do I want to do? Can I avoid him? I think I can avoid him, so I'm going to go for this one. Okay. Do we like Romans? Stephen Dando-Collins. Rome. Legions of Rome. Now, I love Simon Elliott's books. There's a reason he's been on Bilge Pumps. And I would say if you can pick up any of his books, you're onto a good one. You're going to be happy with them. They are all excellent. But whilst his books provide probably about 9 of my top 10 Roman history books I have read that have been published in the last 5-6 years, they don't provide my top 1. Sorry, Simon. Still love you. It's Legions of Rome. This is a really, really good book. Rob Raceback, there's be a good book in the answer for looking for a book on the tribals, battles, and airings and the genesis of Mon Destroyer. That's March next year. Then it's mine. This one is a good book. The reason this is a good book is how can I explain it? Everything you would want to know about Rome's legions in the Republic, under the during the Imperial period, and even during the Byzantine period, is in here. It talks about them all. It gives you a full description of those troops, of the auxiliaries, of everything in it. It is, and it's got the battles as well. It's basically, it's your starting point. If you want to see it, it's when you sort of see something like this, you start to realize the colors. And there was so much color. And this is, again, this is on the photographic paper. You were asking earlier why I was making a fuss of it, because this is on regular paper, this picture. It's a perfectly fine picture. It's lovely. But when it's on photographic paper, the pictures pop. These are the legions. This is what they look like. You know, people always think, the Roman legions, it's all red. Red. It wasn't all red. Look at these. These are, some of these things are gorgeous designs. And they have them for a reason. And then you've got the Imperial ones here. The Praetorian Guard. The Germanic Guard. And the Imperial... Let me just make sure I'm pronouncing that right. Imperial Singularian Horse. All Imperial purple. Richly decorated in bronze. I love this one. The Elliot Ulster. The 30th Ulla. It's this lovely rich blue, and these are the real colours they had. This is something. This is the thing. Thanks in many terms to the Victorian period and the Civil War, we have this idea going back. These things are all monochrome and various colours, where in actually reality, it's all richly decorated and gaudy. And these are massively intricate designs. This is the fifth Alande, which has 5 elephants on it. 5 elephants. And they actually had a reason for having those 5 elephants. What was that reason? Well, when they were fighting in one of their earlier battles in the sort of their unit traced back their history, they took out 5 war elephants. So they were told, well, you're the 5th, you've taken out 5 war elephants, you get to have elephants on your shields. That's the thing. The 10th Francis, they have a bireme on their shield. This is because they get used as naval infantry in one of the bigger battles. So as well as having the lovely bull up there, they have they get given that. And you sort of start to go, well, hang on, these become unit histories in some ways. Some, they have their models for their gods and various things, people who raise them up and play symbols of their wherever they are in the world. But some of them actually have their images because of what they're getting up to. And there is the 10th Francis, 10th Germanica, 11th Claudia. It's just really, really cool groups. King's Rook. I only see 7 books. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There should be 8 there. You might have to refresh the screen. Let's see. Grace, I know I asked, but I wasn't expecting Romans that quickly. Well, I had this book ready to go because it is one of my favorite of the big history books. And let's go to one of my legions. Which legion should I go for? Tenth Francis Legion. Francis reason. The famous 10th, or not the famous 10th. For centuries, historians were convinced that this was not Julius Caesar's famous 10th, but a new perspective suggested it was. Rampaging through Armenia and unstoppable at Jerusalem and Masada, was almost wiped out in the Second Jewish Revolt. They're called the Legion of the Strait, and it refers to a naval engagement prior to the imperial era. The 10th Legion, which served Caesar during the Gallic War and much of the Civil War of 49 to 45 BC, was the most famous legion of its day. Raised by Caesar in person, the 10th Legion swiftly became his favourite unit. Caesar placed the highest confidence in this legion for its bravery. Caesar himself wrote of the 10th in 58 BC, only months after he began campaigning in Gaul. Caesar said that the men of the 10th commissioned their military tribunes to thank him for his high opinion of them, and to assure him that they were ready to take the field at any moment. Over the next 14 years, the 10th served on the prestigious but dangerous extreme right of his battle lines, and helped him achieve his greatest victories. Of the loyalty of the 10th, Caesar had no doubt, and he told the legion that it should serve as his bodyguard. This led to a celebrated event, when, in the same year, 58 BC, Caesar agreed to a parley with a German king, Ariovistus, and the king stipulated that both leaders should only bring a mounted escort to the meeting. Caesar grew suspicious of his own allied Gallic cavalry. Telling the cavalrymen to dismount, Caesar gave their horses to the infantrymen of the 10th, on whose devotion he could absolutely rely. This earned them the title the Equites at one point, which of course was the Roman name for cavalry. In response to this, one of the legions of the 10th remarked, no doubt with a grin, Caesar is being better than his word. He has promised to make the 10th his bodyguard, and now he's making questions of us. Which writes about the social standing in Rome. The questions that the soldier referring to were the equestrian order. In modern times, this remark has sponsored much debate among historians about the identity of Caesar's 10th Legion. Well, there were 2 10th Legions during the imperial era, the 10th Francis and the 10th Germanic. One of them was a direct descendant of Caesar's 10th, but which one? German historian Theodor Monson claimed that the 10th Francis could not have been Caesar's original 10th Legion, and his claim stood on 2 apparently firm hypotheses. The first related to the title Frentis. This term, which literally means of the strait, had puzzled scholars for centuries. Mommensen proposed that the title is derived from the Fretum Silicin, Strait of Sicily, which we know as the Strait of Messina, that narrow stretch of water between the Turf of Italy and the island of Sicily. This 10th Francis region, said Mommensen, must have been a new creation of the Octavian that fought for him during his epic sea battles against Sextus Pompey off the coast of Sicily in 36 BC, while the original 10th served under Mark Antony in the east. During these Sicilian sea battles, Octavian's deputy, Marcus Agrippa, put large numbers of men from Octavian's legions aboard ships of his fleet. It was these men, fighting as marines, who won the battles of Mylae and Naxos for Octavian. Whilst the 1st Legion and 13th Legion are mentioned by classical historian Appian as being in the general area time, none of the legions that Agrippa used to achieve his naval victories for Octavian were ever identified by classical texts or inscriptions. Momenton, noting that the 10th Francis region showed warships on the coins minted for the legion, concluded that the 10th Francis had been one of those legions that took part in Agrippa's naval victories against Sextus Pompey, and had appropriated the title Francis to commemorate the fact. It's generally accepted by historians that Caesar's original 10th joined Mark Antony in late 44 BC and continued to serve him until about the 31st BC Battle of Actium. Therefore, went de Montgomery, if the 10th friendly fought for Octavian off Sicily in 36 BC, there was no way it could have ended up in Antony's army in Actium by 31 BC. With relations between Octavian and Antony souring from 36 BC, there was neither a will on Octavian's part to send Antony troops, nor an opportunity for the 10th Friendly Legion to have gone from Italy to the east to join Antony. Consequently, so went Maximus' victory theory. The 10th Germania Legion, created by Augustus in 30th BC from Antony's 10th, must have been direct descendants of Caesar's 10th, not the 10th Frentis. In support of Marmen's conclusion, he and others have pointed to Italian gravestones from the time after 41 BC for men who have served in a legio ex equistrus. The equistrus is in these descriptions, some said, was a reference to the occasion in 58 BC where Caesar mounted men of his 10th Legion as his bodyguard, the equestrians of legionaries equip. This, the argument goes, definitely made these men veterans of Caesar's original 10th. Marmen's theory was said to be supported by an inscription on an altar at Rome dating from after 2 BC, dedicated by centurions and other ranks of the Legio ex Germania Equestrius. According to Marmen's school, this inscription made the 10th Germania Legion and 10th Equestrians Legion one and the same. Accordingly, the 10th Germania Legion was Caesar's 10th Legion, and conversely, the 10th Frentis was not. This all makes sense until each skein of the argument is tested for strength. The argument then begins to fall apart. Kepi points out that the unique altar reference to Legio ex Germania Equestrius makes this the only legion of the Civil War era to have been given two titles in the one inscription. Secondly, this inscription is the only one ever found that links the 10th Germania and the otherwise unknown 10th Equestrius Legion. Thirdly, the date of this lone inscription in Rome is at least 42 years after the death of Caesar, and possibly somewhat later, putting it a long remove from Caesar. Then there is the term Equestrius itself. It was only assumed in modern times that the term applied to Caesar and brief incident relating to men of his 10th in horseback. No classical author, including Caesar himself, ever wrote that men of the 10th Legion subsequently adopted the title Equestrius. Next, we have the 10th Germania Equestrius inscription at Rome. It is a pure assumption that the Equestrius reference relates back to Caesar's legion. Kepi, in fact, remarks that the wording of this inscription is curious and may not yet have been correctly interpreted in every respect. Why were these legionaries in Rome to dedicate the altar? There is no occasion on record in the 1st century BC or earlier 1st century AD when the entire 10th Germania Legion, which was based in Spain throughout this period, was in Rome. Apart from civil wars much later, or rare occasion early in the reign of Tiberius, when the 9th Hispania Legion passed by Rome on its way to southern Italy from Pannonia for a special posting in Africa, legions did not go near Rome. In fact, there is no record of 10th Germania Legion visiting Rome at any time during its long history, even during the civil wars. The Equestrius inscription undoubtedly related to men on horseback, but it is possible that the soldiers of Legio ex Germania Equestrius referred to in the Roman inscription were detachment from the 10th Germania's mounted squadron, its Equites Legionis, led by centurions of legion, sent to represent their legion at the capital for a special ceremony, such as the dedication of the altar of peace or the funeral of Drusus Caesar. Then there is the origin of the title of the 10th Frentis Legion. Professor Starr, a leading authority on the Imperial Roman Navy, has shown that Theodore Mommsen was completely wrong, and repeatedly so, with some of his conclusions about the ancient Roman maritime matters. Similarly, it may well be that Mommsen's assertion that the word Frentis means the Strait of Messina is also completely wrong for the following reasons. No ancient source, be it a book or inscription, puts a 10th Legion aboard Agrippa's ship at the Battle of Aemilia and Nucleus. Even if a 10th Legion did take part in those battles, why would it, and only it, assume the title Frentis following the battle, when a number of other legions also took part, yet did not assume the title referring to battles? More importantly, the Aemilia and Nucleus battles were not fought in a strait. They took place off the north coast of Sicily, some distance from the Strait of Messina. Where then could the Frentis title have originated? What other strait could have connected with the 10th Legion? Caesar himself offers the answers. The Ontario Strait. In his memoir about the Civil War, Caesar tells how he and Mark Antony shipped 12 legions from Brundisium, today's Brindisi, in southeast Italy, to Epirus region on the west coast of Greece to take on the senatorial army led by Pompey. To reach Epirus, those legions had to cross the Ontario Strait. Caesar identifies his 10th Legion as one of the legions he took to Epirus via the strait, and he writes of how the 10th subsequently formed up in its usual position on its extreme right at the 48th BC Battle of Pharsalus. But Caesar's troops were transported by sail-powered merchant ships, while the coins of the 10th Flinders show oar-powered warships. Caesar also offers an explanation for that. An explanation involving a battle in the Untharrow Strait. He writes that because of the lack of shipping, on 4th January 48 BC, he took 7 legions with him in a first wave to Epirus, leaving Antony and the 5 other legions allocated to the campaign back at Brunison along with his cavalry. Those units had to wait for Caesar's ship to return to collect them for a second landing. Caesar says the legionnaires left with Antony compromised 3 of his veteran legions, which had taken part in the campaign in Spain, plus 2 newly recruited units and auxiliary cavalry. It might be assumed that Caesar took his best veteran legions with him in ferrying the first wave across the strait. But 2 of those veteran legions, the 7th and 9th, had rebelled in Mark Antony's camp at Placentia in Central Italy some months before, demanding their overdue discharges, and Caesar had resorted to decimating 9th to restore order. The 10th Legion, meanwhile, would soon be siding with the 7th and 9th, when they again mutinied, and by the time Caesar's amphibious invasion of Greece, it is quite possible that he left these 3 increasingly troublesome units in Brunison and gave Antony the task of bringing them along in the next wave of the invasion. Further, we have a remark from Appian from about 10th Legion in 43 BC, when he noted that the 10th had been led in the past by Antony. There is no occasion on record prior to this when Antony would have led the 10th Legion. It must have been one of the 3 veteran legions under his command at Brunison in 48-49 BC. This is a very, very good book, and it's very, very interesting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Greg Sasky, if you're ever in Rome, visit Octavian's house, aka the House of Augustus on the Palatine. Original Collins Wall's amazing. I want to go there. I so far haven't managed to make it actually there. Right. Be back in a second. Have to go and have a conversation with the facilities. Yeah. It's always fun seeing how small a Type 42 is versus a Type 45. How else do I find my unit in a field of swords and spears? Well, that makes sense. Raparosa, I'm busy trying not to get stabbed and speared and slashed. That's definitely the case. Can you recommend any aviation or maritime equivalent of the Band of Brothers? I do actually have another of Stephen Ambrose's books, which is about an air group, but I can't spot it at the moment. But I do have one. But speaking of Band of Brothers, let's see, it's 0317. I knew you were going to do that. Right, we will call this, let's see, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ah. And I forgot. Legions of Rome. And this will be book 10, and then after that we're going to Q&A for a bit, while I finish off the Iron Brew. The Victors. It's actually one of my preferred books by Stephen Ambrose. Again, though, it has this annoying thing of not using proper paper, proper photographic paper for the blooming pictures. Yes, I know it saves the publishers money. I know, and I know it doesn't matter because we're in there for the words and all those things, but it also makes the pictures look dingy, and when you're buying something for £9, again, I know, roughly $12, I expect a certain level of quality, and I'm sorry, that would include picture paper, proper picture paper. It's not that much more expensive. Preparation. And the Romans did the logistics without trucks that they did. I do think there is good and bad in history. A major point of history is its pertinence, and the vitality includes moral evaluations. Okay, so I should probably clarify something of what I said earlier. I said there is not good or bad history. There is not, things that... What I worry about when you start calling it good history or bad history, when you start calling it sort of as good, this is a good period of history versus a bad history period, in any of the good periods, there is also people suffering. In any of the bad periods, there are also people doing well. Usually those are the bad people, we would presume, but, there's others sort of going along. Also, UA has to be careful about using your own current morals to judge the past, because the past will never win. Because what is acceptable today, or how we live our life, is not going to be there. It's a foreign country. Just as you wouldn't say you could go into another country and dictate their moral values. We look at us today. There are very different perceptions on the value of life around the world. If you go into it, especially when you talk, simple fact of that is just look at the different values on people's lives when a airplane goes down, the amount of money which the airline might have to pay in compensation for each of those people. There is a very real different value placed on it, and in part that's because of different cultural values on lives. So we can make moral assumptions. We can sort of say someone was bad. This was a bad decision. This was an evil decision, we can say. But calling it a good period or a bad period is going a bit far for me. And we need to explain why. And we need to make sure that history takes into account everything. Even sometimes the things we ourselves don't like. There is plenty of times I find myself, if I am explaining a naval battle, and I'm talking about it, and I'm giving the history of it, there might well be one side in it who I find completely reprehensible. I might find those officers, some of the decisions they made, maybe not on naval ships, but outside naval ships, and people they supported, absolutely abhorrent. But that doesn't matter. What matters is, what am I trying to learn from them? Am I trying to make myself feel superior by showing how this person is evil and bad and I'm therefore way better than them? Or am I trying to understand why they won or lost the battle? And therefore, what is their decision-making process going into it? What do they do? What information they have? Can I be fair to them in assessment of their professional judgment? And that is important to me as a historian, because if I turn those people I don't like into caricature baddies, I demean the people I might well like a lot more who defeat them. And thankfully, they are more often not defeated. If I turn someone into a caricature movie-style baddie, then I make the defeat of them formulaic. I love watching Die Hard, but honestly, I do think that he is helped a lot by the fact that the people he's fighting against often seem to be morons. So this is why, when you're doing history, there are certain historians I really, my poor girlfriend has to hear this from me far too often, really don't like that much. But I will still use their books when I consider them well researched and well read. And the reason I often don't like them isn't because they are not bad people or nasty people. It's because I feel they do turn people in history they don't like into caricatures, just because it makes them feel better. And that's not the way to do history in my book. Right. So, The Victors by Stephen E. Ambrose. At that instant, Sergeant Marvin Mike Pike of E Company was coming in on a Higgins boat. He had a scare. My position was in the right rear of the boat, and I could hear the bullets splitting the air over our heads. I looked back, and all I could see was 2 hands on the wheel and a hand on each 50 caliber machine gun, which the Navy guys were firing. I said to my platoon leader, Lieutenant Rybacek, "These guys aren't even looking where they are going or shooting." About that time, the coxswain stood up and looked at the beach and then ducked back down. Machine gunners were doing the same, and we just prayed they would get us onto the beach. The boat hit a sandbar 200 meters from the shore. The water was shallower off exit 2 than at exit 3, which is why the Navy insisted on going in at exit 3. The coxswain said it was time for the infantry to go, that he was getting out of here. Lieutenant Rybacek responded, "You are not going to drown these men. Give her another try." The coxswain backed off the bar, went 30 meters left, tried to go in, and hit the bar again. Rybacek said, "Okay, let's go." But then the ramp got stuck. "The hell with this," Rybacek called out. He jumped over the side. His men followed. "I jumped out in waist-deep water," Sergeant Pike recalled. "We had 200 feet to go to the shore, and you couldn't run. You could just kind of push forward. We finally made it to the edge of the water. Then we had 200 yards of open beach to cross, through them obstacles. But fortunately, most of the Germans were not able to fight. They were all shook up from the bombing and the shelling and the rockets, and most of all, they just wanted to surrender. Captain Howard Lees, commander of E Company, led his men over the seawall to the top of the dunes. What we saw," Sergeant Pike remembered, "was nothing like what we saw on the sand table back in England. We said, 'Hey, this doesn't look like what they showed us.'" Roosevelt joined them, walking calmly up to their position, using his cane, he had had a heart attack, wearing a wool knit hat, he hated helmets, ignoring the fire. About this time, 0640, the Germans to the north of the fortifications at Les Dunes de Varvel began shooting at the 2nd Battalion with 88mm cannon, machine guns, but not accurately. Roosevelt and Lees conferred, studied maps, and realized they were at the wrong place. Roosevelt returned to the beach. By now the first Sherman tanks had landed and were returning the German fire. Commodore James Arnold, Navy control officer for Utah, was just landing with the third wave. German 88s were pounding the beachhead, he recalled. 2 US tanks were drawn up on the high waterline, pumping back. I tried to run to get into the lee of these tanks. I realize now why the infantry likes to have tanks along in the skirmish. They offer a world of security to a man in open terrain who may have a terribly empty sensation in his guts. Arnold found a shell hole and made it his temporary headquarters. An army officer wearing the single star of a brigadier jumped into my headquarters to duck the blast of an 88. Sons of buzzards, he muttered, as we untangled us sufficiently to look at each other. I'm Teddy Roosevelt. You are Arnold of the Navy. I remember you at the briefing at Plymouth. Roosevelt was joined by the 2 battalion commanders of the 8th Infantry, Lieutenant Colonels Conrad Simmons and Carlton McNeely. As they studied the map, Colonel James Van Fleet, CEO of the regiment, came wading ashore. He had landed with the 4th wave, carrying the 237th and the 299th ECBs. Van, Roosevelt explained, we're not where we were supposed to be. He pointed to a building on the beach. It was supposed to be to the left. Now it's to our right. I figure we are more than a mile further south. Van Fleet reflected that, ironically, they were at the exact spot he had wanted the Navy to land his regiment, but the Navy insisted it was impossible because the water was too shallow. We faced an immediate and important decision, Van Fleet wrote. Should we try to shift our entire landing force more than a mile down the beach and follow our original plan, or should we proceed across the causeways immediately opposite where we had landed? Already men were crossing the seawall and dunes in front of the officers, while Navy demolition men and engineers were blowing up obstacles behind them. Roosevelt became a legend for reportedly saying at this point, we'll start the war from right here. According to Van Fleet, that was not the way it happened. In an unpublished memo, Van Fleet wrote, I made the decision. Go straight inland, I ordered. We've caught the enemy at a weak point, so let's take advantage of it. The important point was not who made the decision, but that it was made without opposition or time-consuming argument. It was the right decision, and showed the flexibility of the High Command. Simmons and McNeely immediately set about clearing the German beach opposition, preparing to seize the eastern ends of the exits 1 and 2, and then cross the causeways to drive west. First, however, they needed to get their men through the seawall and over the dunes. It's a good book. King's Rook. Roman captured Boers, made them basketwork armed with spikes and blades sticking out, coated them in tar, and then let Piggy run towards the enemy after lighting the poor animal. Yeah, you should see what they did with some of the war dogs. Can we stop talking about Darlan behind his back? It's rude. Context. Much like in science, the appliance of good and evil to historical events or people colour the end product, and it's often more of a reflection of the present time. Some people will write history more make themselves or others feel worse. Read bore shooting. Romans had Scorpio and Bolepolis as unit support weapons. Pilums, too. Now, in that exact time and exact battle, what you have is another question. It's more satisfying to defeat Darth Vader than a bunch of bumbling spaceballs. Yes, and Darth Vader has more nuance than even in the original trilogy than he does than most of the villains you see portrayed in most movies. And when you start looking at some documentaries and some history books, the opponents are similarly two-dimensional. Remember, it doesn't matter who says it, you fight from where you land. That's pretty much the basic tenet of amphibious warfare. They could have gone for a third time the chance, Thompson, but that would have also meant that they would have probably got stuck and might not have got off to go and get the next wave. You always have to remember that the landing craft crews were the people who had to do the assault several times over. For the troops, once they were ashore, they were able to get the cover. For the landing craft, they'd go out, pick up more troops, and come back in again. So often, landing craft of the first wave were also the landing craft of the fourth wave, or even the third wave, depending on the distance they went. So think about that. This is why the landing craft crew are some of the real unsung heroes of World War II. And... oh, 333. Right. Until I finish my iron brew, I'll be answering questions, because that works out about sensible. As is the tradition of Bruships. When the brew is finished, the show is finished. Or at least the discussion is. I might have to do a special at some point called After Eights, because I wonder how long it would take me to finish an entire box of After Eights. Because a bottle of iron brew usually takes me between 3 and 4 hours, if I'm not just chugging it. After Eights, I'm far more delicate about eating. Constance, any progress on the job front? Well, plenty of part-time work. It's trying to find a permanent post. That's always interesting. Once I've had a book published and journal articles have been out, yeah, I might have more success. Which is why landing craft crew have issues being stealthy parts of them clang when they walk. Yep. Adrian, the Germans have got their version of Manhattan Project finished. Where would they drop their first bomb? London. That's it. They bomb London. Kingsroot, trying to think of an obligatory Canadian question, but failing. Jeff Hitter, what are some of the best unknown unknowns you've learned? When I started doing research for my PhD, up until that point, and I was in the archives, I didn't realize, hadn't really applied the thought they had to in ship design to getting ammunition flows around the ship. And I didn't realize it was actually as much as a limitation as it was. My dad had talked about it, but I hadn't really sort of figured out that when you're talking about light ammunition, you're talking about guns around a ship, that some positions, because of their location, cannot be resupplied in a firefight. So they have literally the ammunition they have and then they run out and their crews are just sitting exposed. And you talk to people about going, oh yes, we can put in, we can fit in more guns, we can fit in more guns. Can you supply those guns? And it's one of the reasons why I am so keen on the 40mm CID close-in weapon system. One of the reasons why I push for those sort of heavy armament is because what I see happening when I look at modern ship designs is I do see you end up in a scenario like World War II, where you get them festooned with light weapons, and there is no good way to quite quickly supply them. There is no good way to fit in ready-use weapon systems, ready-use ammunition that can keep them stocked. So you're going to end up with a lot of guns fitted because it'll make politicians feel good to say that they fit in them all and that's improve things, but those guns really won't matter. So it was an unknown to me because I didn't really realize it was a factor until I knew it was a factor. Rapid Raceback, if you want to do a maritime band of brothers, what would you use for the source material? H-class destroyers. Maybe the tribal class, but probably the H-class destroyers. There's already been some books done on that sort of theme. Attack at Dawn by Ron Cope. An excellent book. And is in many ways Band of Brother-esque in its writing. Attack at Dawn by Ron Cope. So, Moscow second or Stalingrad? Moscow, you have more chance of surviving. Calvin Gaspard, landing craft, crew, and infantry. If you were lucky, you eat a fragment during first wave, get carried back under transport without even landing. If you're lucky. Calvin Gaspard, Jeff Phelan. My favourite was the loader when 4 400-ton AH destroyer got night action with 6 800-ton French D destroyer. Lost Maxima. Ruder. Did Gerald Bull, the Canadian cannon guy, ever look at naval guns? I think he did have a go at naval guns. Can't remember which ones, but I think he did. Right, Donitz was a terrible person. We do have to understand him and what informed his decisions. I think our job as historians is to show how the past is relevant, including ethical valuations. Bingo. But also, there's a point at which the amount of times you see people go, well, he's a bad person because he does these things, which I agree are, frankly, shitty, and should deserve to get him on the mission. But because they're a bad person, they must also make bad decisions. And that's not always the case. Sometimes they make good tactical decisions and for sound reasons based in the understanding they have at the time. It's like the Battle of North Cape. Why is Scharnhorst behaving the way it is? Why is it doing the attacks it's doing? And the British are doing. It hasn't got any information, and it's based on the best intelligence they have available of what the Allied has available. The fact that they have it wrong, they've grossly underestimated the available Allied firepower, and the fact that they've lost their radar and do not have any sniffer technology sniffing out for Allied radar. Mine was learning the Turkish torpedo, the Turkish torpedo boat that sank an Aryan pre-dreadnought of the Dranos. Oh, cool. For a British band of brothers, follow John Frost in the second para. Brunval, Tunisia, Sicily, and Arnhem Bridge. It could be a good one. Kingsbury, if Canada had had a cruiser at the start of World War II, who would you have had captain it, and what kind of shenanigans would they have gone up to? Unfortunately, he'd have been too junior for that job. But yeah, I'd have hoped Madgwick or someone similar would have been the captain of it. Because that's a smart cookie. Canada had a few good smart officers. And as for shenanigans, well, I'm fairly sure it would have been... If Canada had built a cruiser at the time they'd have built, they'd have either built an Aerofuser or a Town class. If they did a Town class, expect them to be maundering around the North Atlantic. Maybe the South Atlantic as part of the anti-grav spay operations. If it was an Aerofuser class, expect it to be in the Mediterranean or in Norway. Jutland, it seemed like Banner of the Sailors. I like the idea, but I could like World War One and story from told from both sides of Jutland. Be a great movie. I'd say if you want to tell Jutland from both sides, you need it to be more than a movie. It would need to be a series, a la a full season, kind of like Numbers, 24 episodes, 24 hours of television. You could probably do it in. Rapidosa, I thought the Canadian cruiser was a Canadian tribal. Pretty much. But they didn't have any of those at the beginning of World War II either. They were all being built. Captain Seaward, following on from Jeff Beale's question, in a way, what's the example of something you thought was a known turned out to be untrue, inaccurate? When I was younger, especially this was probably me in the school era, and the books I was reading at that point, and the history books I was reading then, I probably had the impression that a person's position would give them the power to make the decisions. As I got older and I studied it more, I realized that you can have a position but not have the power. And you can have the power but not the position. And it's what's given me the classic example is Henderson as third Sea Lord, Vian as technically third in command in the British Pacific Fleet, but in reality, pretty much the boss of what's going on. Why is he the boss of what's going on? Because the most important weapon system out there is the carrier group, and he's in charge. And so where he says it goes, it goes. And he can do that. Because he's Philip Vian. And he is Teflon coated in many ways. And very quickly, Fraser, etc., realised that. He's got the support of... He's known by reputation and personally by Churchill, known by reputation by Roosevelt, known by reputation by Nimitz, known personally by by Eisenhower and a few others. He's one of those officers who just has an endless stream of people who have a lot of confidence in him, and he rewards them by doing very well. And this includes Cunningham, who mostly he doesn't get on with that great. They're personally, professionally, they are completely respectful of each other, but personally, they're just not friends. You know, there's the classic thing that, as Andrew Lambert likes to point out, Cunningham, when offered the chance to fly with Vian back, said two such lucky people should never be in one aircraft. They just weren't each other's cup of tea, but they could work together well, and they knew how to use each other. So, yeah. Carl goes, bad guys doing something seemingly poorly in battles, yet you learn he was actually revered by his crew, and you stop and think. Yeah. Praise about good book on town class cruisers. I do have a good one popping around here, but I can never find it when I want it. I want to talk about it. When I don't want to talk about it, it really is there. Let me just drag it down the old-fashioned way. References, manage sources. Neil McCart, Town Class Cruisers, published in 2012. It's a big green book. It's good. John Lecluse, hello. I don't think I've seen you before today, so hello. And Dr. Clark, were the Town Class 0.5-inch machine guns useful in an AA role? Psychologically, to the crew, they gave them something to fire back with. And if they get a lucky shot in. But not that great. By the time you're in range to be fired at by the 0.5 machine gun, you're probably going to be able to release your weapons before you can get stopped. Roberto, it would pull from Bruships, but have you considered throwing a couple of books for further reading, the end of things you devote 5 or 6 videos on? I have considered it, and I will probably be starting doing that at some point. But again, it's going to sound strange. It's doing it in the current operating space I'm in, where half my books are in boxes and things, and it's sort of... It's going to be a lot of shelving. It is going to be a lot of shelving. I do know that. It is going to be a lot of shelving. So it's going to be a lot of wood have to be purchased. Because as much as I love IKEA manufactured stuff, and I have a feeling this shelf will probably come with me, because it gives me some drawers, etc., which are always useful things. Although they appeal to be full of my tax returns at the moment. And what I have to remind myself, if I can put this in a position there, so not sure if it's legible at this sort of range. Let me move it closer. What I have to remind myself to be polite. No, it's not. I have no idea, not showing it at all. Won't come into focus. Yeah, it's annoying. But it basically says, always edge carefully into other people's conversations. And they're holding up a sign, which definitely not is definitely not edging in carefully. Because I do have a habit in conferences of sometimes listening to what people are saying and going, are you quite sure about that? Especially when I hear Far more senior academics talking down to very junior academics. Then I tend to knock them on the head a bit. Might explain again why I'm not currently employed by a university. Skippy Afghanis, I agree the US Coast Guard and Merchant Marine is underappreciated in the US. How do UK merchant sailors from World War I, World War II scene? Not appreciated enough. A long way. Welcome back. Anyone else think when he can't find a book, he should go ask his mum and sister? It's another reason garden office. It's going to have a lockable door and I'm the only one who's going to have the key. I might give my girlfriend a spare key, but that's mainly because she lives the other end of the country, so she's not going to be nicking them. Or borrowing them on extended. Seems sensible to have a spare key somewhere, just not sensible to have it in such close range. Okay, sure. I mean, he has said in the past, and whenever he cannot find a certain book, it's because his sister and mum have them. Yeah, they do. To be fair, I nick my sister's books, engineering books as well, quite often. Hello, St. Kitts. Looks like I'll soon be parting more cash. Well, enjoy. So, Thompson, speaking of shoving, last quote I got was close to $200 for shipping for one of the bundles. I'm not sure if I will help that, Doctor. Don't worry, I have found a very nice local wood stockist. A local sort of building supplies company, but they're happy to sort of sell to me. And that's kind of interesting. They basically said, "Are you planning on building this yourself?" Yes. So they might be planning on giving me a trade discount. Did the RN have a thing against 8-inch gun cruisers? They seem to be partial to 6-inch. I've done a whole video on this for the town class, and as I said, the reason comes down to literally the fire profile. If I go back to it, and source, let's find images. Where is my picture? Where's my picture? There's my slide. So, as you can see from this lovely, lovely picture, your 8-inch county or York class don't do that well when compared to the town class or the Fiji Crown colonies in terms of delivering high explosive to 18 kilometers. They get beaten by them, basically. And that's the whole point. That's the reason why the RN goes for 6-inch cruisers. Because they are constantly thinking, right then, what's the likely engagement range? And again, this is pre-radar, but even when you have radar in, what's going to send the highest number of shells downrange? What has got the most chance of scoring a hit? Yes, an 8-inch is a better weapon, but do you need that range? Are you likely to be engaging a target which is going to be armored sufficiently to deal with a 6-inch shell at that range, versus, let alone an 8-inch shell? Dando-Collins, do you need tracking chips on all your books? I have considered RFID tracking chips. I have. I've even looked into purchasing them once or twice. John the Recluse. I read that generally air gunners of the 8th Air Force have got an average of 1-to-1. Not considering 10 crew for one, but, added to fighter force, it reduced the buffer. That it would. Just B, hello! That's too bad. Be nice to have people who like to read the same things as you do. It is nice to have people who like to read the same things I do. It's not nice to have them when you're actually in the middle of using the book for writing a paper and it disappears. But they have now worked through the Norway scenario. all the Norway books, and the ships of the Royal Navy has returned. I have some books disappeared. You know, the Punic Wars appears to have gone for a wander. As does Wavy Navy. And I think my copy of Trig is missing. Sam Thompson, one plank a bundle equals 8 planks of 2x8. Yeah. Don't worry, Stafford. It's very kind and generous, but I will be able to sort out wood. Just about. Basically, there's a shipbuilder not far away from me who's going to give me their because believe it or not, they have huge numbers of offcuts from their marine ply, and they're basically giving me that. I'm basically getting that off them because they can't use it because they have to use contiguous pieces far bigger than I do. And their offcuts are actually more than big enough for me to cut down a bit and turn into my shelves. Consider us, how can anyone else find books in that mess? It's not a mess. It's organized chaos, I will admit, but it's not a mess. Rabrazo, what do you think about audiobooks for university students? Might actually get them to do the reading. I don't mind. I'm quite happy for my students to do audiobooks, but it's far more difficult for them to do the referencing of them. So, kids, have you thought about combining your hobbies? Have you seen Overlord? Oh, okay, shout. It's on YouTube. I am combining my hobbies in that the N-gauge railway is going to be built into the bookshelves in the office. And eventually I want to get an O-gauge garden railway, but that will probably wait till I'm in my own house. Right, let's see. Last questions, because almost finished the Iron Brew. Grace Sassy, General Close. In the air, the fighter and bomber's 50 cal machine guns have a similar effective range between 500 and 100 feet. Against the ship, the dive bomber dropped from 1,500 feet and a torpedo at 1,500 to 2,000 yards. Yes. Grace Sassy, 500 to 1,000 feet. Yeah, that would make more sense. Did dog boats ever forge upriver to cause mischief? Yes, I think they did. I think there's something in one of the books about them. That. Scene White. California, we can't eat at a restaurant, but we can go to a stripper club. I think my favourite restaurant adds strippers. Oh, the world is going insane. I have absolutely no idea. Oh, so Johnson, do something sitting downstairs for you, though. What's my granddad's? And I think make Drac jealous. It's for your office train yard. Oh, cool. Kings Rock going insane? The world is, yes. I spent the last... let's be honest, I probably picked up my first history book when I was about 6. So, if I'm being honest. I would like to say earlier, but probably about 6. So, 27 years. Roughly, thereabout. Bit more next year. Studying history. And in that almost 3 decades of time, I can honestly say, as the world has got more advanced, it's got more nutty. Kingsrook, I was more commenting on the going part, and not that it was already the same. Ever read Wings on My Sleep by Eric Brown? Yes, I have it. There. It's a good book. I'm just looking at quarantine as a continuation of academic life without the essay or book production. The trouble is, those are expected to go on at the same time. That's caused me fun in finishing off various things. Has caused me fun. Alright, I will say good night, and I'll finish off answering any last questions come in, but I have now finished the Iron Brew. I have been live for 4 hours and 2 minutes. I haven't yet managed to watch Drax Dry Duck today, so I have no idea if I'm longer or not. But I do hope you've all enjoyed it. And thank you for being here. Thank you as always. If you do like, please do subscribe. Please do press the like button. Please, I don't know. Super chat's always welcome. But no, there will be another 2 lives before Christmas. There'll be the Tuesday and there'll be the Thursday, Christmas Eve. And Christmas Eve, I'll be announcing a topic on Tuesday. So, night-night, everyone. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Shomak, sorry I've been kind of absent. I'm trying to sell people on my 1900s and 1910s destroyer theory. Building twice as big as everyone else because it's future-proof. I would agree. That's a sensible idea. Oh. It gives you more time for essays and books, but it also means you have to spend a lot more time doing the research because you have to go and find the materials elsewhere. And thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Take care and bye. See you Tuesday. Bye. Take care, Yogi Khan. Take care, Greg Sarowski, Rapid Razorback, Dunrick Ironhammer, John the Recluse, Stafford Thompson. Take care and thank you as always. John Shea, thank you. Jeff Beeler, thank you. Carl Kasberg, thank you. DGV40, good night. And Nautical Wolf, thank you. Albazaski, take care. Yogi Khan, take care. Sean Mack, take care. Have fun. Greg Sarowski, thank you. And Skippy Africanus, I'm glad you were here. Hope you had a nice evening. And Nautical Wolf, thank you. Stephen White, thank you. St. Kitts, thank you as always. And Howard Maxey, thank you. Thank you. I haven't seen you before this evening, so thank you very much for being here this evening. Take care, Kings Rook. Take care, Jeff Beeler.